Welcome, welcome. You're here at Fanfic Empire. Today we present to you, what if Sirius Black escaped in year 1 and found 38 binding contracts Dumbledore forged in Harry's name. Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1, The night he ran the Dementor past his cell at midnight, same as always. Sirius had learned to count them by the cold. Not the cold of stone or sea air bleeding through the walls, that was just weather, just Azkaban being Azkaban. This was the other kind. The kind that reached into your chest and squeezed until the only thing left was every terrible thing you'd ever done or seen or failed to stop. The Dementors moved through the corridor and Sirius pressed his back against the wall and thought about James. Not the way James died, he couldn't afford that thought, not in here, not with them so close, but James alive. James laughing so hard he fell off a broomstick. James throwing a dung bomb at Filch and sprinting down the corridor with his robes on fire because he'd been too close to the blast. James the morning of his wedding, so terrified and so happy that both emotions had cancelled each other out and left him looking vaguely concussed. The Dementor moved on. Sirius breathed. 12 years of this. 12 years in the same 9 feet of stone, and he'd survived it the same way every time. He'd thought about James laughing instead of James dying, and he'd held on. Tonight, something was different. He couldn't name it at first. It was a sensation low in his sternum, almost like hunger but sharper, more directional, like a compass needle swinging hard toward something it recognized. He sat up on the floor. The cell was dark in the particular way that Azkaban was always dark, total and wet and tasting faintly of salt. He pressed his palm flat against his chest. Godfather bond, some part of him whispered. Someone's pulling on the Godfather bond. He'd almost forgotten he had one. It had been so long since anyone or anything had touched it that it had gone quiet in the way that old wounds go quiet, not healed, just numb. But now it was pulling. Hard. Insistently. With the specific flavor of panic that meant someone was in danger, not just frightened but in danger, and that someone was small and didn't know how to call for help and was calling anyway through the only channel they had left. Harry. The thought hit him like cold water. Harry was alive. Harry was alive and somewhere he was scared half to death and reaching, not consciously. The boy was probably 11 and had no idea the bond even existed, but reaching with every scrap of magic in him toward the only tether the bond could find. Sirius was on his feet before he'd decided to stand. The rational part of his mind, the part that had survived 12 years of Dementors by being very, very careful, said, "You can't break out of Azkaban. Nobody breaks out of Azkaban." The wards alone would. The part of him that was Sirius Black, who had learned to become a dog when he was 15, who had ridden a motorbike through central London at 3 in the morning trailing sparks, who had told James Potter yes, obviously, when James had asked him to stand up beside him at his wedding even though Sirius had been so jealous and so proud and so terrified of losing him that he'd had to step outside and shake for 5 minutes first. That part said, "That is my godson and he is dying." The transformation hurt more than it used to. 12 years of Azkaban had eaten at him in ways that weren't just psychological, and when his bones broke and reformed and his spine collapsed down to 4 points of contact with the stone floor, he heard himself make a sound that was very much not human. But then it was done, and Padfoot shook himself, and the cold in the cell registered differently now, just temperature, just sensation, not the soul-reaching horror it had been in human form. Dementors, Dumbledore had once explained, had far less effect on animals. Animals didn't have the same relationship to memory, to regret, to the specific human terror of knowing what you'd lost and being unable to get it back. Sirius had filed that information away 11 years ago and never quite forgotten it. He put his nose to the door. Old iron. Salt. The distant smell of other people's misery. And below the door, less than an inch of gap between iron and stone. He was bigger than that gap. Much bigger. But the thing about being an unregistered animagus, the thing the Ministry had never quite gotten around to considering, because it was unprecedented enough that no one had thought to build the wards against it, was that you could get considerably smaller if you were willing to hurt for it. Not shape-shifting the way a human moved a hand. More like compression. Like folding yourself into a space that shouldn't fit you, held together by the specific stubbornness of someone who has absolutely nothing left to lose. Padfoot went flat to the stone floor and pushed. The pain was extraordinary. He filed it away. He came out the other side in pieces, metaphorically, thank God, and lay in the corridor for 30 seconds that felt like 30 years, shaking, while his body decided whether or not it was going to cooperate. The corridor was dark. The Dementor was at the far end and moving away. The bond in his chest was still pulling, still insisting, slightly less frantic than it had been a moment ago, which meant either Harry was less in danger or Harry was unconscious, and neither option was acceptable. He got up. He ran. He stole a wand from an unconscious guard on the eastern dock. The man had been asleep in his chair, which Sirius supposed was the benefit of nobody ever having escaped before. The guards got complacent, and he stole a boat, and he crossed the water in the dark with the cold North Sea spraying him in the face and the Dementor cold fading with distance until by the time he reached the mainland coast he could almost think straight. Almost. He transformed back to human on a rocky beach at 2 in the morning and sat in the wet gravel and shook for a while. His hands looked terrible. He didn't think about what his face must look like. He'd lost considerable weight in Azkaban, not starved, they'd fed him, but the Dementors took something that food couldn't replace, and his robes were rags and his hair was a catastrophe and he was, by any objective measure, in no condition to be doing whatever he was about to do. The bond had quieted. Whatever had threatened Harry had passed, at least for now. He had time. He made himself think clearly, made himself be Padfoot instead of the wreck sitting in the gravel. He needed to know what he was walking into before he walked into it. He couldn't just show up at Hogwarts. They'd arrest him inside the hour and haul him back to Azkaban before he got within 30 feet of Harry, and then he'd be useless to everyone. He needed to plan. He needed resources. He needed, God, when had he last eaten a proper meal? He needed to not feel like his legs were made of wet paper. He needed to see Harry first. Just see him. Make sure the bond was pulling at shadows and not reality. He transformed back into Padfoot and started moving south, because south was where food was, where people were, where the complicated machinery of survival operated at a pitch he might still know how to play. He moved for 3 days. Ate whatever Padfoot could find. Slept under hedgerows and in drainage ditches and once, memorably, in a bus shelter in a small Scottish village while a woman in a yellow anorak studiously avoided looking at the enormous black dog taking up most of the bench. He stole a Daily Prophet from someone's front step outside Edinburgh and read it in a doorway in his human form, hunched over the pages with his hair hanging in front of his face. Azkaban escape, ministry baffled. Sirius Black, convicted murderer, escaped from Azkaban prison in what officials are calling an unprecedented security breach. He kept reading. And reading. And then he stopped reading because there was a small paragraph at the bottom of the front page, separate from the escape coverage, that said, "Young Harry Potter begins his first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this autumn," the school confirmed. The boy who lived is reported to be settling in well. Harry was at Hogwarts. Of course he was. He'd be 11 now, first year. Sirius tried to do the mental arithmetic of what Harry's 11 years had been like and found he couldn't do it without his hand starting to shake, so he stopped trying. The question was, how do you get close to Hogwarts without triggering wards that would alert Dumbledore, arrest you on sight, or both? The answer, he decided after 2 more days of thinking about it while trotting through Scottish countryside in Padfoot's body, was that you didn't. Not through the wards. You went around them. The Forbidden Forest butted up against the Hogwarts grounds and the wards there were older, set against magical creatures rather than humans, and a dog, even a very large, very conspicuous dog, registered as animal rather than human to most detection spells. He reached the tree line of the Forbidden Forest on the 1st of November, having moved nearly the entire distance as Padfoot. His paws were raw. He'd slept in a ditch outside Hogsmeade the night before and listened to the village sounds and tried not to think about the last time he'd been this close to Hogwarts, which was the night James and Lily died and everything after. The castle was lit up against the November sky, towers and battlements and the warm amber glow of 1,000 windows, and it looked exactly the same as it had looked when he was 17 and untouchable and the world was still the right shape. He sat at the tree line and looked at it for a long time. Then he moved into the forest and made himself at home. He was good at waiting. 12 years of Azkaban had made him very good at waiting. He watched the castle from the forest for 2 weeks before he saw Harry. It was a Saturday morning, grey and cold, and a group of first-years came spilling out onto the grounds for what looked like an informal flying lesson, or not a lesson, just kids, mucking about with school brooms near the Quidditch pitch. He watched from the tree line with his ears up and his nose full of dead leaves and old magic and the distant smell of whatever Hagrid was cooking in his hut. He knew Harry the moment he saw him. It was James's walk. That was the thing, James had this particular way of moving, like he was perpetually slightly ahead of where he meant to be, like the world kept lagging behind his intentions. Harry had the same walk, the same unconscious forward lean, and Sirius felt something tear open in his chest that he'd thought was scar tissue by now and wasn't. Harry was small. He was small in a way that felt wrong, even accounting for being 11. Sirius had been tall at 11, James had been tall, but Harry was slight in the way of someone who hadn't quite gotten enough of something growing up. He was laughing at something a red-headed boy said to him, and his laugh was, it was Lily's laugh, actually, the surprised kind that escaped before she could decide whether something was funny enough to warrant it, and Sirius sat under a pine tree with his chin on his paws and watched his godson be alive. He stayed there for 4 hours. Harry didn't notice him. Nobody noticed him. Hagrid's giant boarhound sniffed toward the tree line once but didn't come closer. Sirius had spent enough time in this forest on full moon nights that his scent probably read as background. He came back the next Saturday. And the one after that. By the 3rd week of November he'd worked out Harry's rough schedule, which wasn't hard, because Harry had his father's total lack of interest in subtlety, and his patterns were legible from 100 yards. Saturday mornings by the Quidditch pitch or the grounds if it wasn't raining. Occasional late evenings near the edge of the forest when Harry came out with the gamekeeper, which Sirius guessed from context was an extension of Hagrid's hospitality to the students he liked. Sometimes Harry came alone and sat near the pumpkin patch outside Hagrid's hut with what looked like textbooks, though calling them textbooks was generous because the book reading seemed to last about 8 minutes before Harry started staring at the castle with the specific expression of someone thinking about something else entirely. Sirius started leaving things at the edge of the forest on those occasions. Nothing too obvious. A conjured fire in a hollow that Harry would see as a warm amber glow if he looked at the right angle. Just enough that he was saying, here. Something alive is here. Not threatening, just here. He needed Harry to come to him rather than the other way around, because the other way around meant walking across open ground toward the castle and ending his freedom inside of 5 minutes. It took until December. Harry came out on a Sunday evening while the grounds were mostly empty, most students had retreated inside against the cold, and wandered to the edge of the pumpkin patch and then stopped, staring toward the forest. Sirius had the fire going in his hollow, visible as a warm flicker through the trees. He watched Harry look at it. Watched him glance back at the castle. Watched the decision happen in real time on a face that was absolutely James Potter's face from the jawline up and absolutely Lily Evans's face from the nose down. Harry walked toward the forest. Sirius transformed to human before he got close and sat by the small fire with his arms on his knees and waited, and when Harry pushed through the first rank of trees and stopped dead at the sight of a ragged, hollow-eyed man sitting in the dark, Sirius held very still and said, quietly, I know I look terrible. I've had a very bad 12 years. Harry stared at him. His hand had gone to his wand, a 10-year-old's instinct, grab for it first, and then it stilled, because something in his face was doing the same thing Sirius's chest had done at the sight of him, that tearing open thing, recognition without context. "Who are you?" Harry said. "Sirius Black," Sirius said. He watched Harry process that. The name landed, he could see it landing: escaped prisoner, murderer, all over the Daily Prophet, and Harry didn't run, which was either very brave or a complete absence of self-preservation instinct, and knowing whose son he was, probably both. "You escaped from Azkaban," Harry said. "Several weeks ago, yes. They're looking for you everywhere." "I know. I've been reading the Prophet. They've spelled my name wrong twice. It's Black, not Bleck." I was annoyed. Something shifted in Harry's expression. Were you actually? They said you killed Peter Pettigrew. And 13 muggles." Sirius looked at the fire for a moment. When he looked back at Harry, he kept his voice level, because falling apart in front of his 11-year-old godson was not on the agenda for tonight. "I didn't. I was framed by the man I was supposed to have killed, who is, unfortunately, very much alive. That's a longer conversation. There's a shorter one we should probably have first." Harry was still standing at the edge of the firelight, not running but not coming closer. "What's the shorter one?" "The shorter one," Sirius said, "is that I'm your godfather." The silence that followed was the particular kind of silence that happens when something fills a space that has been empty for a very long time. Harry went very still in a way that had nothing to do with wariness. His face, James's face, Lily's eyes, did something complicated that Sirius recognized because he'd done the same thing when the Godfather Bond first pulled at him in his cell, the expression of someone who didn't know they'd been waiting for something until the something arrived. "My godfather," Harry said. "Your father's best friend. We grew up together, your dad and I went to school here. I was at your parents' wedding. I held you when you were 3 hours old and you vomited on my good robes, which in retrospect was an excellent character assessment on your part." Sirius paused. "I was supposed to be your guardian if anything happened to them. Dumbledore put you with your aunt instead." I didn't get to," he stopped. Breathed. "I should have been there, Harry. That's the short version. I should have been there for the last 10 years and I wasn't, and I'm sorry for that, whatever the reasons." Harry crossed the distance between them in 3 steps and sat down across the fire, close enough that Sirius could see his face clearly in the firelight. He looked at Sirius with James's eyes, no, not James's eyes, Lily's eyes, green as a spell and just as penetrating, and he said, "What happened?" "The real version." So Sirius told him. He told him about Peter Pettigrew and the secret keeper switch, about James and Lily deciding at the last minute to use Peter instead of Sirius because it was less obvious, about Sirius's certainty that it was the right call that had curdled into horror the morning after Halloween when he'd gone to check on Peter and found only a piece of a finger and a dozen dead muggles and a street that smelled of laughing. He told him about Azkaban, not the worst of it, but enough, the cold and the dementors and the way the days stopped meaning anything. He told him about the Godfather Bond pulling him awake 3 weeks ago, the Halloween troll incident that he'd only learned the details of later from a stolen newspaper, Harry nearly dying on the 3rd-floor corridor. Harry listened to all of it. He didn't interrupt except once, when Sirius described finding the scene of Peter's supposed death, to ask, "So Pettigrew faked his own death to frame you?" And Sirius said yes, and Harry was quiet for a moment and then said, with a calm that was more frightening than anger, "Where is he now?" "I don't know," Sirius said. "I've been here watching you instead of looking." "Okay," Harry said. "We'll find him later." "We." Sirius felt that word in his sternum, warm as the fire. "There's more I need to talk to you about," he said. "Not tonight, tonight is too much already. But there are things happening that affect you. Things you don't know about and should." "What kind of things?" "The kind that require us to go to Gringotts," Sirius said, "and that you will be extremely angry about when you find out." Harry's eyes sharpened. "Tell me now." "I don't have all the information yet," Sirius said honestly. "I have a suspicion." A very bad suspicion that I need to verify before I say it out loud, because saying it changes things and I want to be right before that happens." He looked at Harry across the fire, this boy who was 11 years old and had James's jaw and Lily's eyes and something else entirely in his expression, something harder and cleaner than either of them, something forged by circumstances that shouldn't have been his to carry. "Do you trust me?" Harry looked at him for a long moment. "I don't know you yet," he said, which was the most honest answer possible. "Fair," Sirius said. "Then trust this, I came out of Azkaban for you. I've been sitting in a forest for weeks watching you throw rocks at the pumpkin patch. I wasn't throwing rocks, I was practicing targeted. You were absolutely throwing rocks at the pumpkin patch. I watched you. You knocked one off its stem on Wednesday, you were very pleased with yourself." Sirius felt the corner of his mouth pull up for what felt like the first time in a decade. "My point is, I'm here. Whatever comes next, I'm here. Okay?" Harry looked at the fire. Then back at Sirius. "Okay," he said, and the word was very small and very certain, the way an 11-year-old says something when they mean it with their whole chest. They met in the forest every Sunday after that. Harry brought food from the Great Hall, stuffed in his robes with the enthusiasm of someone who'd grown up not always having enough of it, which told Sirius things about Privet Drive he hadn't asked for and immediately added to the growing list of things he was furious about. Sirius had managed to acquire, through means he didn't explain in detail, some basic supplies and a halfway decent warming charm on the hollow where he'd made his camp. He wasn't comfortable, exactly, but he'd been far less comfortable in Azkaban. He started teaching Harry things. Nothing enormous at first. Sirius was feeling out what Harry knew and what he didn't, and what he found was a boy who was academically capable, better than he let on in class if Sirius was reading the signs correctly, and who had almost no practical knowledge of the magical world beyond what Hogwarts had given him in the last 3 months. Which made sense. Sirius knew where Harry had been living. He'd been kept ignorant. He'd been kept small. "Your family never told you anything about your parents?" Sirius asked, one afternoon in December when Harry had brought half a treacle tart wrapped in a napkin and was eating it while sitting against a pine tree. "Nothing," Harry said. "They said my parents died in a car crash. That my dad was unemployed and a drunk. They never," he stopped. "They never said anything real." Sirius kept his face neutral with some effort. "I see. What were they actually like?" The question came out carefully, like Harry had been wanting to ask it for a while and was trying not to want it too much. Sirius talked for an hour. He told Harry about James's absolute inability to resist showing off on a broomstick, about Lily's talent for making anyone who'd underestimated her regret it at considerable length, about the two of them arguing in the library in 5th year and how nobody in Gryffindor Tower had believed they'd end up together because the arguing was so spectacular, and then how everyone had immediately believed it the moment they actually got together because of course. He talked about the way James had looked when Harry was born, like someone had handed him the world and he didn't quite know where to put it. He talked about Lily singing in the kitchen of their house in Godric's Hollow when she thought no one was listening, and the way she'd laughed when she caught Sirius listening because he was terrible at being subtle about it. Harry didn't say anything through all of this. He ate his treacle tart and listened, and Sirius watched something in his expression, not break, that was the wrong word, open. Like a room that had been shut a long time. "What was the bond?" Harry asked eventually. "The godfather bond you mentioned, how does that work?" "Old magic," Sirius said. "Older than the Ministry, older than Hogwarts really. When a magical family names a godfather and means it, not just as a social formality but as an actual magical charge, 'I will protect this child if you cannot,' a bond forms. It doesn't activate unless the child is in real danger or the godfather is in crisis. Mine activated when the troll had you cornered." Harry was quiet for a moment. "So it only pulls during danger. Danger or death?" "Yes. So it pulled on Halloween last month." Harry paused. "Before that, when you were in Azkaban, it never pulled." Not once. No, Sirius said carefully. So for 11 years, Harry said, slowly, I was never in enough danger to trigger it. A beat. Or I was in danger that didn't read as magical. Sirius held very still. The Dursleys, Harry said, in the same careful, level tone. I don't want to talk about it. I just wanted to say it so someone actually knows. He picked a pine needle off his robes. They weren't great. Harry, I said I don't want to talk about it. Not angry. Just certain. Tell me what you think you found in the vaults. Sirius looked at him for a moment, this 11-year-old boy who'd learned very young to close doors efficiently, and made himself follow the redirect. I don't think. I know something's there, I just don't know the specifics. When I was preparing to be named your godfather, your parents and I went through the formal process at Gringotts. Part of that process is establishing the godfather as a recognized party to the Potter account, which means I have access to certain account information even after years of neglect. He paused. I've been trying to access that information without a wand or a vault key or any of the things that would make it easy, and it's been a process. But what I can tell from the outside, from what the bond tells me about the state of your magical signature, is that there are claims on it. External claims. More than one. Legally registered claims that aren't yours and weren't consented to by anyone with the right to consent for you. Harry had gone very still in the way he went still when he was paying absolute attention. Meaning what, exactly? Meaning, Sirius said carefully, someone has been signing your name to things. The fire between them crackled. An owl passed overhead, dark against the darker sky. Dumbledore, Harry said. Not a question. Sirius looked at him. What makes you say that? He put me with the Dursleys, Harry said. He could have given me to you. He didn't. He made a choice about what happened to me and he didn't ask me or you or anyone else. He looked at the fire. If he made that choice without asking anyone, why wouldn't he make others? Sirius had no answer to that, because the answer was simply, yes. They planned it over 3 more Sunday meetings. Getting Harry to Gringotts over the Christmas holiday was achievable, most students went home for Christmas, the castle would be relatively empty, the staff would be distracted. Harry had, apparently, been intending to stay at Hogwarts over the holiday anyway. The Dursleys don't want me back, he said, in that same careful voice, and I don't want to go. Getting Sirius there was harder, but Sirius had been an unregistered animagus for over 20 years and Diagon Alley was accessible as Padfoot without triggering ministry detection. Harry could get himself to Gringotts. He'd done it in September with Hagrid. I'll be there already when you arrive, Sirius said. Look for a large black dog near the fountain. Don't acknowledge me in human form. Once we're inside the bank, we find somewhere private and I transform back, and we ask to speak with the account manager for the Potter Vault. Harry nodded, processing. He had a way of taking in information that reminded Sirius powerfully of Lily, not the impulsive front, which was all James, but the way he went quiet when it actually mattered and arranged things efficiently in his head. What if the account manager won't tell us anything? Harry said. The account manager reports to the account holder, Sirius said. You are the account holder. I'm 11. You are the last scion of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, Sirius said, which in Goblin legal terms makes you an emancipated entity with full account rights from the moment you receive your Hogwarts letter. The wizarding world treats you as a child for the purposes of convenience. Gringotts treats you as exactly what you are. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, nobody told me that. No, Sirius said. They didn't. The look on Harry's face at that, quiet, measuring, the specific expression of someone putting pieces together in a pattern they were unhappy about but needed to see clearly, was the moment Sirius stopped being afraid that this was going to break him. Harry wasn't going to break. Harry was going to be absolutely furious, and that was much better. What are you going to do about the ministry? Harry asked. They still think you're a murderer. You can't just walk around. I'm going to deal with the ministry after Gringotts, Sirius said. In that order. Because what we find in Gringotts will determine how I deal with the ministry. He paused. I'm not going to hide for the rest of my life, Harry. That was never the plan. What is the plan? Sirius smiled at him across the fire, and it was a smile he recognized from the mirror back in his Gryffindor days, the one that meant he'd already decided and was merely sharing the information. I'm going to walk into the correct room with the correct information and make absolutely everyone who deserves it profoundly regret several of their choices. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he smiled back, and it was the same smile, not learned from Sirius, just there, the native expression of someone who has decided that enough is enough. Sounds good, he said. Christmas morning was white and still. Harry had lied to Professor McGonagall, not a complicated lie, just that he had something in Diagon Alley he'd forgotten to sort out after the September visit. Could he go in with the Hogsmeade crowd on the 26th, he'd be back before evening. McGonagall had looked at him over her spectacles with the expression of someone who wasn't quite sure they believed him but couldn't find the specific untruth to object to, and said fine, but he was to be back by 4. He took the night bus. He was the only passenger at that hour on Boxing Day morning, and the conductor, Stan Shunpike, 17 and aggressively personable, spent the entire journey asking whether Harry remembered anything about defeating you-know-who as a baby. Harry said no politely approximately 9 times. The bus deposited him on Charing Cross Road in a grinding lurch of purple metal at 9:30. Diagon Alley was quiet on Boxing Day. The shops were closed or running skeleton hours, and the cobblestones were dusted with thin snow that nobody had quite gotten around to vanishing yet. Harry moved through it with his hands in his pockets and his heart doing something strange in his chest, not fear exactly, but the sensation of approaching something significant, of a door about to open. He found the fountain near the Gringotts steps. Found the large black dog sitting beside it with the attitude of an extremely composed animal who was definitely not an escaped convict. He didn't look at the dog. He walked up the Gringotts steps with his chin up and his Hogwarts robes slightly rumpled and pushed through the bronze doors. The goblin at the first counter looked at him with the penetrating professional disdain that Gringotts goblins brought to every interaction. Account holder? Harry Potter, Harry said. I need a private meeting room. I'll be joined shortly. A pause of approximately 4 seconds in which the goblin appeared to be performing extensive internal calculations. Then, of course, Mr. Potter. Follow me. Harry followed, and 2 minutes later a large black dog padded silently in behind them and the goblin, who had been informed that a dog would be joining Mr. Potter and had accepted this with the resigned professionalism of someone who'd handled far stranger, closed the meeting room door behind them. Sirius transformed in the corner and stood up straight and rolled his shoulders and said, quietly, "Morning." "Morning," Harry said. "Right." Sirius turned to the door. "Let's find out what they did." The account manager's name was Ragnarok, and he was not the standard account clerk they'd been taken to see but someone several rungs above that, which Sirius had managed to arrange through a note sent ahead via a method he declined to specify in detail. Ragnarok came into the meeting room and sat across from them with a leather folio and an expression that gave nothing away, which was standard for a high-ranking Gringotts goblin and not an indication of anything. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Mr. Black. This is an unusual meeting. I'd like a full accounting of the Potter Vault," Sirius said. "Active accounts, outstanding instruments, registered external claims. All of it." Ragnarok looked at Harry. "Mr. Potter?" "Yes," Harry said. "Please." Ragnarok opened the folio. He removed a parchment that was longer than the table and spread it out. The silence that followed lasted approximately 30 seconds. Harry stared at the parchment. Sirius stared at the parchment. Ragnarok watched them both with the expression of someone who had been waiting, for some considerable time, for this particular meeting to happen. 38, Sirius said. 38 binding contracts, Ragnarok confirmed. registered over the course of 9 years. The first was signed when Mr. Potter was 14 months old. The most recent 3 weeks ago. Harry's hand was flat on the table. He was very still. What do they cover? He said. Ragnarok met his eyes. The goblin's voice was, under the professional neutral, something that in a human Sirius might have called grim. Taken together, Mr. Potter, they cover the disposal of approximately 40% of the Potter estate. Several proprietary spellwork patents developed by your ancestors. Political proxy votes in the Wiesengemot. Marriage considerations. And a small number that I would describe as, a pause, contractual obligations relating to your conduct and choices in certain circumstances. My conduct, Harry said. Specifying, in some cases, that you are legally bound to act in ways that align with the interests of the signatory party. Which is who? Sirius's voice was completely level. Who signed these contracts? Ragnarok did not need to look at the parchment. All 38, he said, were signed by the same individual, using a form of magical proxy that would be legally valid if and only if that individual had been granted guardianship rights over your person and estate. A beat. They were signed by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The room was quiet. Harry looked at the parchment spread across the table. He looked at it for a long time, and Sirius watched him read the list, line after line after line, 38 entries, 38 pieces of his life arranged and packaged and handed away before he was old enough to speak, and Harry's face did something Sirius hadn't seen it do yet. It didn't crumple. It didn't rage, not outwardly. It went very, very clear, the way ice goes clear when it's old enough, when there's no air left in it. Can they be voided? Harry said. Ragnarok's expression shifted fractionally. That, Mr. Potter, depends entirely on what you are willing to do next. Harry looked at him. 11 years old, sitting in the marble meeting room of the most powerful financial institution in Wizarding Britain, with the list of everything that had been taken from him spread across the table in front of him. Tell me, he said. Chapter 2, 38 names. The list had a smell. Harry noticed it first, parchment old and new mixed together, some entries written in faded brown ink that must have been years dried, some still sharp and black as a recent thought. Ragnarok had rolled the long sheet back across the table, item by item, translating the formal goblin legal language into something that landed in the body rather than just the mind. Item 1, the Potter ancestral property at Godric's Hollow, sign over of structural rebuilding rights and magical wards to a Ministry Preservation Trust, dated November 3, 1981. 2 days after James and Lily died. The ink on that one was old. Sirius was standing behind Harry's chair. He hadn't sat down since Ragnarok started reading. He had his arms crossed and his jaw set, and he was doing the thing where he made himself be very still, which Harry was beginning to recognize as the sign that something was costing him considerable effort. That one affects the ruins, Ragnarok said. The contract gives the Ministry Preservation Trust the right to maintain Godric's Hollow as a faint dryness in his voice, historical site. Without the Potter heirs' input. Meaning they can do whatever they like to it, Harry said. Meaning they can do whatever the signatory party advises them to do with it. Yes. Item 6, the Potter vote in the Wiesengemot, assigned as proxy to the Chief Warlock for the duration of his tenure in that office. Signed when Harry was 2. The Chief Warlock was, and had been for decades, Albus Dumbledore. Item 9, a financial instrument drawing quarterly from the Potter estate's secondary accounts, payable to a trust managed by, Ragnarok paused here, the pause of someone choosing words carefully, a nominee organization. When Harry asked what the nominee organization was, Ragnarok unfolded a supplementary document, and the answer was a charitable fund administered by the Hogwarts Board of Governors, which Dumbledore also chaired. He was taking money from my vault, Harry said, and paying it to an organization he ran. The quarterly draws are small relative to the estate's overall holdings, Ragnarok said. Over 9 years they are less small. How much total? Ragnarok named a figure. It was not small. Sirius made a sound behind Harry that was controlled very quickly. Harry put both hands flat on the table and breathed. Item 14 was the one that made him feel cold in a way that was entirely distinct from the Azkaban cold Sirius had described. It was a behavioral contract, which Ragnarok explained was an obscure and genuinely not quite legal instrument that had been largely abandoned by the wizarding world sometime in the 17th century, precisely because it was horrifying. The contract, written in careful, precise language, specified that the named party, H.J. Potter, minor, hereinafter the bound individual, was obligated to act in accordance with the guidance of the named guardian in matters pertaining to the bound individual's use of magic in conflict situations. Meaning? Harry said. Meaning, Ragnarok said, with the careful precision of someone choosing to be extremely literal, that if this contract were fully activated and enforced, you would be magically bound to follow the guardian's instructions regarding when and how you use defensive magic. In specific circumstances, including confrontations with, he checked the supplementary clause, the individual referred to in the contract as the dark presence formerly known as V, he bound my magic, Harry said. In a fight against Voldemort. He made it so I'd have to do what he said. If activated. The contract is currently dormant, it appears to require a specific trigger event to come into force. But it is registered and it is binding. The room was absolutely silent. Sirius uncrossed his arms. He walked to the window. The meeting room had a narrow window that looked onto an interior marble corridor, not particularly scenic, and stood with his back to them for a moment. When he turned back around, his face was composed in the specific way of someone who has decided that composure is a weapon they need right now and has picked it up accordingly. Keep going, he said. They kept going. 17 more items of varying severity, spell patents sold to private purchasers through a third-party broker Sirius said he'd never heard of and didn't trust the sound of. A marriage consideration, not a formal betrothal contract, but a clause that gave the guardian right of first refusal on any formal magical bonding entered into by the named party before the age of majority, which meant Dumbledore could veto who Harry married. An educational placement contract that, in theory, gave the signatory the right to determine Harry's schooling path, which presumably was what had been used to ensure Harry ended up at Hogwarts and not, say, somewhere with less convenient access to Dumbledore's personal supervision. Item 31 was a life insurance instrument structured in such a way that the primary beneficiary in the event of Harry's death was the nominee organization from Item 9, which was the fund Dumbledore administered. Harry read that one twice. He profited, Harry said, if I died. The instrument was structured to benefit the fund, yes. Which would be used for, Ragnarok consulted the documentation, the advancement of the light in the ongoing conflict with dark forces. Broad language. Broad language, Harry repeated. Contracts with broad language, Ragnarok said, and this was the closest thing to a personal opinion Harry had heard from him, are written by people who intend to find uses for the gaps later. Item 35 through 38 were the three most recent. Signed within the past 3 months. The most recent 3 weeks ago. They were the most complex, written in the densest legal language, and Ragnarok spent 15 minutes on them. The core of what they established, once Ragnarok had translated the legal structure into plain terms, was this: they created a framework by which, upon Harry's reaching age of majority or in certain accelerated circumstances, control of his estate and his Wizengamot proxy votes could be transferred to a trust. The trust's governing documents were sealed. But the trustee, the individual with operational control of the trust, was specified in supplementary documents that Ragnarok produced from the folio's inner pocket. The trustee was Dumbledore. Sirius sat down. He sat down in the chair next to Harry's and put his elbows on the table and his hands over his face, and he stayed like that for a moment while Harry looked at the name on the supplementary document. The silence in the room had a texture now. He was going to keep it, Harry said. Even after I was 17. He built a structure so he'd keep control of the Potter estate and the Wizengamot vote after I came of age. Unless the trust was challenged, Ragnarok said. which would require the account holder to take legal action. Which would require the account holder to know the trust existed. Which he made sure I wouldn't, Harry said. Because he put me with the Dursleys, where nobody told me anything about any of this. That would be consistent with the documentation, yes. Harry looked at the parchment. All 38 lines of it. His eyes moved down the list with the same calm, measuring focus he'd used when Sirius first told him about Peter Pettigrew, the focus of someone who isn't going to be destroyed by information because they're too busy deciding what to do with it. I asked you before, he said to Ragnarok. Can they be voided? Ragnarok folded his hands on the table. Some of them, straightforwardly. The behavioral contract is built on a legal foundation that hasn't been valid in British wizarding law since 1693, a competent solicitor could have it struck in a day. The financial instruments and the patent sales are more complex, some will require the purchasing parties to agree to unwind them, which they may resist. The trust structures require Wisengamot action. He paused. The most difficult to void will be the ones with active third-party interests, parties who received something under these contracts and will not wish to give it back. What do we need to start? Sirius said. His voice was back to normal. Not flat, not forced, just serious again, which Harry was learning meant, the plan is already forming. The account holder needs to formally invoke his full rights under the most ancient and noble house of Potter, Ragnarok said. That supersedes the guardian proxy Dumbledore used to sign these contracts in the first place. It voids his signing authority retrospectively. Do it, Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him for a moment. Mr. Potter. I want to be clear about what this means. Once you invoke your full house rights, you become legally emancipated under magical law. You are no longer a minor in Gringotts' view, or in the view of any institution that respects Goblin Charter. He paused. It also notifies every party to these contracts that the signing authority has been retrospectively challenged. Including the signatory himself. Dumbledore will know, Harry said. Within 24 hours, yes. Harry looked at Sirius. Sirius looked back at him. There was a question in his eyes. Are you sure? Are you ready? Do you understand what this starts? But he didn't ask it out loud. He was treating Harry like someone capable of understanding what he was deciding, and Harry felt that trust like something physical. Do it, Harry said again. Ragnarok produced a document from somewhere in the folio. He produced a small ceremonial knife, goblin work, silver with runes along the blade, and set it beside the document. A drop of blood on the house seal, he said. Then your signature. Harry didn't hesitate. He picked up the knife. He pressed his thumb to the tip and touched it to the page, where the Potter family seal, a stag, he noticed, and felt something catch in his throat, a stag like his father's Patronus, was embossed into the parchment. Then he signed his name. The document glowed briefly. Warm gold, like afternoon light. Ragnarok's expression shifted. It was subtle and mostly readable only because Harry had been paying close attention, but the shift was there, a kind of satisfaction, professional and personal. Done, he said. You are formally Lord Potter, head of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, with full legal rights and responsibilities thereof. A pause. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. This is long overdue. Harry sat back in his chair. He felt, not different exactly. More like something that had been pressing against him from outside had been removed, and he was only now noticing that it had been there. Now, Sirius said, leaning forward. The next part. Ragnarok, I need your discretion on something, and in exchange I am prepared to offer Gringotts something significant. Ragnarok's eyes moved to him with new attention. I'm listening. They were in the meeting room for another 2 hours. Sirius laid it out with the precision of someone who'd had weeks in a forest to think through every angle. He needed a secure communication channel with Amelia Bones at the DMLE, and he needed it to not pass through Ministry Owl Post, which was monitored. He needed legal representation, specifically, he needed a wizarding solicitor who was not affiliated with any firm that had ties to Dumbledore, which was a shorter list than it should have been. He needed the contract documentation preserved in a form that couldn't be tampered with or disappeared, which meant Gringotts' vault storage under Goblin seal. In exchange, Sirius offered 3 things. First, the Potter accounts would be returned to active management under Gringotts' full fee structure. They'd been on the minimum management setting for a decade, which was apparently an insult to Goblin professional standards that Ragnarok did not try to hide. Second, Harry would formally request a forensic audit of all outgoing transactions from the Potter vaults over the past 12 years, which meant Gringotts got to demonstrate, in documented and legally protected terms, that funds had been moved without proper authorization, which Gringotts, as an institution, had strong feelings about. Third, and this was the one that made Ragnarok go very still, Sirius offered a personal statement to the effect that the irregularities in the Potter account management were the result of unauthorized third-party interference rather than Gringotts' negligence, to be submitted in whatever legal proceedings followed. "You're protecting their reputation," Harry said to Sirius quietly, while Ragnarok stepped out briefly to retrieve additional documentation. "They're complicit in some of this," Sirius said, equally quiet. "Not maliciously, but those contracts passed through their hands. They registered them. A good lawyer could argue Gringotts should have flagged them." He looked at Harry. "I'm giving them a reason to be on our side instead of defending themselves. Ragnarok knows what Dumbledore is. He's been watching those accounts for years. He needs permission to be angry about it." Harry considered this. "You're good at this," he said. "I was a Black," Sirius said. "We were raised on this. Politics and leverage and who owes what to whom." A brief, complicated expression. "I mostly rejected the family approach to it. But some of it stuck." Ragnarok came back with a sealed box that turned out to contain, Sirius leaned over to look, a folded parchment that was the Goblin record of every transaction attempted against the Potter vaults that Ragnarok had personally flagged as irregular and held in query status, waiting for an account holder with standing to raise them. The box was heavy. There were a lot of flagged transactions. "How long have you been sitting on this?" Sirius asked. 7 years, Ragnarok said. "Since the first time an attempted transaction failed our internal review and we had no account holder with sufficient standing to escalate the query to." He set the box on the table. "We are not in the business of political interference, Mr. Black. But we are in the business of accurate accounting. What is in this box is accurate accounting." Harry looked at the box. He looked at the document he'd signed with his own blood on the Potter seal. He looked at the 38-line parchment that had been rolled carefully and sealed in a Goblin-stamped case. "Okay," he said. "What's the fastest legal path to voiding these contracts and putting Dumbledore in front of the Wisengamot?" Ragnarok's expression was, unmistakably, satisfaction. "We start with a formal challenge document filed under Goblin Charter," he said, "which is not subject to ministry review or delay. It goes to the account holder, the signatory, and every third party with an interest under the contracts, simultaneously, without warning, this afternoon." He paused. "It will be, as the humans say, something of a surprise." Sirius was smiling. It was the kind of smile Harry was beginning to associate with Sirius at his most dangerous. "Let's do it then." They came out of Gringotts at 1:15 into pale winter sunlight. Harry walked down the steps with his hands in his pockets and felt the world differently under his feet. Not enormous, not overwhelming, just different. Like the ground had shifted a degree and everything had recalibrated. He'd gone in this morning as a first-year student who was bending school rules to visit Diagon Alley without proper supervision. He'd come out as the emancipated head of an ancient house who had just triggered a legal process that would reach Dumbledore's desk before nightfall. Padfoot fell into step beside him. The large black dog nosed his hand once, briefly, and Harry let his fingers rest on the dog's head for a moment. "Is he going to come after us?" Harry asked, low, to what appeared to be a dog. Padfoot shook his large head, meaning Sirius was thinking no, or thinking not immediately, or thinking there are worse things he'd do than come himself. "Come after me, you mean," Harry said. "You're still a fugitive." He can't do anything to me directly. I've invoked my house rights. I'm legally an adult now." Padfoot gave him a sideways look that communicated something very close to that will not stop him from trying. "I know," Harry said. "I'm not worried." They walked out of Diagon Alley together, dog and boy, into the grey Boxing Day street, and Harry didn't look back at the grand marble face of Gringotts. He was already looking forward. The train back from London ran half-empty. Harry sat by the window and watched the winter countryside go past and thought about 38. The number had a shape now, not a list, but a structure. 38 deliberate decisions made over 9 years, each one careful, each one reasonable sounding on its own. The Godric's hollow preservation rights, who could argue with preserving a historical site? The Wisengamot proxy, how convenient, for a young orphan's guardian to hold that vote rather than letting it go uncasted. The educational placement contract, surely it made sense for the guardian to ensure proper schooling. Each one had a face of logic, a costume of reasonable concern. Only when you laid all 38 on a table did the shape underneath show itself. Control. Comprehensive, long-planned, quietly executed control. Dumbledore had been building a cage around Harry James Potter since 2 days after his parents died. And he'd built it so carefully, so gradually, with such excellent reasons for each bar, that no one had ever had the standing to look at it all at once and call it what it was. Harry opened his charms textbook and didn't read a word of it for 40 minutes. He was thinking about item 14. The behavioral contract. The one that would have bound his use of magic in a fight against Voldemort to Dumbledore's instructions. He kept returning to that one, turning it over, looking at the underside. Because the others, the money, the political power, even the marriage veto, those were about resources, about control of external things. Item 14 was about his body. His magic. The thing that was most essentially, irreducibly him. Dumbledore had tried to own that too. The thought didn't frighten him. That was the thing he kept noticing, that he was sitting on a train going back to the school where Dumbledore was headmaster, and he was not frightened. He was angry in the clean, usable way. Angry like a spell being aimed. He put the charms textbook away. He pulled out a piece of parchment and wrote a note to Ron and another to Hermione, both brief. "Need to talk when I'm back. It's important. Don't mention this to anyone." He used his new owl, the white snowy owl Hagrid had gotten him for his birthday, Hedwig, who was extremely competent and seemed to have opinions about everything, to send both. Then he sat back and watched the fields. Hermione was waiting for him at the entrance hall when he came through the main doors at 3:30, which meant she'd received his note and decided, "Don't mention this to anyone," also implied, "Be there when he arrives," which was accurate Hermione reasoning. Ron was with her, slightly less collected, clearly having sprinted from wherever he'd been. "What happened?" Hermione said immediately. "Where were you?" Ron said simultaneously. "You said Diagon Alley, but you've been gone since." "Great Hall," Harry said. "Somewhere private." They found a table at the far end, away from the handful of students scattered around the room on Boxing Day, nursing mugs of hot chocolate and looking holiday soft. Harry sat down and looked at both of them and thought about how to start. Ron was watching him with the particular expression that meant he'd already decided something was serious and was preparing himself. Hermione had her hands folded on the table, which was her paying complete attention posture. "I've been meeting with someone in the Forbidden Forest," Harry said. "For the past few weeks. Since late November." Hermione drew breath. Ron's eyes widened. "It's Sirius Black," Harry said. The silence that followed was the kind that has a temperature. Hermione's hands unfolded very slowly. Ron made a sound that wasn't quite a word. "He didn't do it," Harry said. "I know that's what you're going to say. he's an escaped convict, but he was framed by Peter Pettigrew, who is still alive, and I believe him. I believe him because," Harry paused, sorted through the reasons, picked the right one, "because if he were actually dangerous, I'd already be dead. He's had weeks. He's my godfather, he's been leaving fires burning so I'd find him, and when I did he told me things that no one else has ever told me and then asked if I trusted him." He looked at them both. "I do trust him." Ron said, "Your godfather?" "Yes. You have a godfather." "Apparently. And nobody told you?" "Nobody told me." Ron absorbed this with the expression of someone performing significant internal processing. "Okay," he said eventually. "And this is connected to what you needed to tell us?" "Today," Harry said, "he and I went to Gringotts." He laid it out, not everything, not every item on the list, but the shape of it, the contracts, the proxy authority, the systematic stripping of his inheritance and rights and choices. He told them about invoking his house rights. He told them about Ragnarok and the sealed box and the challenge documents going out today. When he stopped talking, Hermione had her hands flat on the table again, both of them, fingers spread, like she was bracing herself against something. Her face had gone through several expressions during his account and had arrived at one Harry recognized from Transfiguration class, the expression she wore when she'd been wrong about something she'd been confident about, and was making herself look at it directly. "Dumbledore," she said. "Yes. All 38. All 38. She was quiet for a moment. Then, the behavioral contract. Item 14. "You're sure about what it does?" Ragnarok was very clear. Another silence. Something was happening behind her eyes, something shifting, some architectural rearrangement that Harry guessed was significant but didn't want to interrupt. Hermione had believed in Dumbledore with the particular fervor of someone who decided that rules and institutions were safe, that the people who ran them were trustworthy, that following the right structure would protect you. Harry watched her belief do something painful in real time, and he didn't look away because he thought she needed someone to not look away. "He's been planning your death," she said quietly. Not engineering it, but planning around it. The life insurance instrument, the behavioral contract that would ensure you fought the way he wanted you to fight, her voice was very controlled. "He's been treating you as a variable in a calculation." "Yes," Harry said. "That's monstrous." "Yes." Ron had been quiet for all of this. Now he said, with the careful tone of someone who knows what he's about to say will cost something, "My mum thinks Dumbledore's the greatest wizard alive. She'd lose her mind if she heard this." "I know," Harry said. "I'm not saying she's right," Ron said. "I'm saying that's what I'm walking away from if we," he stopped. Looked at Harry. "You're my best mate. You know that, right?" "I know," Harry said. "Okay." Ron nodded once, firmly, in the way that meant the internal argument was over and he'd reached a conclusion he intended to stick with. "Then we're doing whatever comes next." "What comes next?" "Sirius is going to make contact with Amelia Bones at the DMLE," Harry said. "She's one of the least compromised people in the ministry, she's got a reputation for not playing political games. He's going to turn himself in, but strategically. With the Gringotts documentation and a demand for a proper trial. The legal case starts there." "And here?" Hermione said. "At Hogwarts? We're still here, and Dumbledore is still headmaster, and he's going to know about the challenge documents today." "I know," Harry said. "We act normal. We go to classes. We're 3 first-year students who had an uneventful Christmas. And meanwhile," he paused. "Meanwhile I want to know more. About the contracts, about Dumbledore's actual plan, about what Voldemort is doing, because whatever is happening on the 3rd floor with that 3-headed dog and the thing it's guarding is directly connected to all of this." Hermione's eyes sharpened. "You think he's using the school to set up the confrontation he wants?" I think he brought the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts, in a school full of children, and built a sequence of obstacles at the end of which Voldemort can find it, Harry said. And I think the answer to why requires understanding what Dumbledore wants to happen when Voldemort gets there. The three of them sat with that for a moment. He wants you to stop him, Ron said. Doesn't he? That's the prophecy, or whatever. He needs you to fight Voldemort. He needs me to fight Voldemort his way, Harry said. On his terms, at his chosen time, probably with the behavioral contract activated so he can direct the fight. He's been planning this since I was 14 months old. He looked at the table. He needs me to be the weapon he built, not a person making my own choices. Right, Ron said. Well, that's going to be a problem for him. Yes, Harry said. It is. For days after Boxing Day, Dumbledore called Harry to his office. The stone gargoyle moved aside for him without the password, it had apparently been instructed to, and Harry climbed the circular staircase and knocked on the door and went in when told to. The office was exactly what he'd been expecting and nothing like what he'd been prepared for, circular, cluttered with instruments that hummed and spun, portraits of old headmasters along the walls, the sorting hat on a shelf, the magnificent bird he would later learn was a phoenix sitting on its perch by the window and regarding Harry with a bright, considering gaze. And behind the enormous desk, Dumbledore. Harry had seen him at the start-of-term feast and at the occasional meal. He'd heard him give speeches in the warm, measured voice that wrapped around a room like a blanket. But he'd never been alone with him before, and being alone with him was different. The air in the room had a quality, not menacing, not cold, just dense, the density of someone who had been very powerful for a very long time and had stopped noticing the effect of it on the air around them. Dumbledore looked at him over half-moon spectacles with eyes that were blue and sharp and ancient, and he smiled. Harry, he said. Please, sit down. Harry sat. I hope you had a pleasant Christmas, Dumbledore said. I understand you stayed at the castle rather than returning home. I trust it was restful? Yes, thank you, Harry said. I also understand you made a brief trip to Diagon Alley on Boxing Day. A small errand, I believe Professor McGonagall mentioned. Harry kept his face entirely neutral. Yes. I'd forgotten to take care of something in September. Dumbledore looked at him. The look was thorough without being obvious about it, more like light touching everything in a room than like a searchlight. Harry had the distinct sense of being assessed and filed. I thought it might be an opportunity to speak with you, Dumbledore said, about a few matters. He folded his hands on the desk. The fingers were long and the hands were large, and Harry noticed, irrelevantly, that he wore a ring on his right hand, a ring with a dark stone that looked old. Firstly, I want you to know that you are safe at Hogwarts, Harry. Whatever you may hear or see that seems unusual, and first year at Hogwarts is full of things that seem unusual, you are safe here, and you should feel free to come to me with any concerns. Of course, Harry said. Thank you. Secondly, Dumbledore said, and his tone shifted very slightly, still warm, still measured, but with a new note underneath it that Harry filed carefully, I want you to know that there are people in the world who might try to tell you things about your situation, about your parents, about your history, about what you are owed or what has been done wrong by whom, that are incomplete, or misleading, or simply not true. It can be very difficult, when you are young and the world is strange, to know which voices to trust. The room was very quiet. The instruments hummed softly. The phoenix watched with bright eyes. I imagine it can be, Harry said. I want to be a voice you can trust, Dumbledore said. I hope you know that everything I have done has been with your welfare, your ultimate welfare, the whole of your life and future, at heart. There are decisions I have made that might seem, if seen without full context, to be concerning. But context matters enormously. He was telling Harry he knew. Not in those words, not in any words that could be cited or quoted, but clearly, unmistakably, he was telling Harry that he knew about Gringotts, about the challenge documents, about the invocation. And he was moving to contain it before it moved further. Harry looked at him. At the warm, grandfatherly face and the sharp old eyes. He thought about item 14. About the life insurance clause. About 38 decisions made over 9 years with excellent, unarguable context for each one. I appreciate that, Harry said. His voice was perfectly steady. I'll definitely come to you if I have concerns. Dumbledore held his gaze for a moment longer than comfortable. Then he smiled, and the smile was genuine, Harry thought, and that was the worst part, it was actually genuine, he actually cared in whatever way he was capable of caring, and said, "Good. You may go." Harry stood. He walked to the door. He paused with his hand on the frame and turned back, not because he'd planned to but because something pushed the words up before he could consider them. "Sir," he said. "The instruments on your desk. The ones that are spinning a bit faster than the others. What do those measure?" A pause. "Brief. Various things," Dumbledore said. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious," Harry said. "They're interesting." He went down the stairs. He kept his face neutral all the way back to Gryffindor Tower, and only when he was through the portrait hole and in the empty common room, everyone was still at dinner, did he let out a long, quiet breath. Dumbledore knew. He was already adjusting. He was going to be careful and patient and absolutely certain that he was right. Which meant Harry needed to be faster. He wrote to Sirius that night, through the method Ragnarok had arranged, a specific sequence with Hedwig that bypassed the school's owl monitoring and went instead through a goblin courier relay. Short note, plain language. He called me to his office. He knows. He's not moving yet, watching. How quickly can Bones be contacted? The reply came back in 2 days. Sirius's handwriting was uneven, it had probably been uneven before Azkaban and was worse now, but legible. Bones by end of January. I'm not ready yet. Don't do anything that gives him a reason to act first. And Harry, the thing in the forest near the Whomping Willow. I found it. The tunnel. Peter was here, recently. He's close. Harry read that twice. Then he burned the note in the common room fireplace and sat watching the flames. Peter Pettigrew was close. Which meant Voldemort was close. Which meant whatever was going to happen with the stone was closer than anyone had signaled. He needed to be ready. Not in the way Dumbledore had designed him to be ready, passive, guided, a weapon aimed by someone else's hand, but ready in his own way. His magic had been doing things all year that his professors noticed and nobody mentioned directly, spells that were larger than they should be for a first year, instinctive reactions that worked before he'd finished the incantation, a connection to his wand that felt less like tool use and more like conversation. He'd been making himself smaller. The thought arrived cleanly, without drama. He'd been making himself smaller in class, in practice, in every context, not consciously, not as a plan, just as the habit of someone who'd spent 10 years learning that being too much was punished. Aunt Petunia's voice, flat and cold, "Don't show off." The cupboard under the stairs when his hair grew back overnight. The specific silence that meant he'd done something right and should be embarrassed about it. He'd brought that habit to Hogwarts and kept shrinking in its shape. He stopped. Not dramatically. He just stopped. Made a decision in the common room firelight that felt very small and was actually enormous. He was going to stop making himself smaller. He went to bed and dreamed about a stag standing in a dark forest, and when the stag turned to look at him, it had his father's eyes. The library was quiet on January 2nd. Most students were still in holiday mode, running at reduced academic capacity. Hermione was not in holiday mode. Hermione appeared to run at a constant academic capacity regardless of external circumstances, and she was at their usual table with a stack of books that would have concerned Harry if he hadn't been expecting exactly this. Magical Contract Law, 1400 to 1900, he read off the spine of the topmost one. Bound by blood, The History of Proxy Authorities in British Wizarding Legal Tradition. Hermione. You've been busy. Did you know, Hermione said, without looking up, that a magical proxy authority granted by a guardian is automatically void if the guardian has a personal financial interest in the contract signed under that authority? Harry sat down. I didn't know that specifically. It's in the 1782 Magical Guardianship Reforms. It's very clear. If Dumbledore was receiving financial benefit, which he was, through the fund, and through the Wisengamot vote supporting his political positions, then the proxy authority was void from the moment he first used it for personal gain. She looked up. Which was the sixth contract? The one assigning the Wisengamot vote. Meaning everything after that, signed under a void authority. Which means potentially voidable without even getting to the individual contract arguments. She had the focused brightness of someone who has found a weapon and is very pleased about its quality. It won't cover the first 5. Those are older and cleaner. But 33 out of 38, gone. Harry looked at her. You're incredible. I know, she said, and went back to her book. Also, the behavioral contract violates the 1693 Wizard Civil Rights Compact that was established after the last time someone tried exactly this, and it's been reaffirmed by the Wisengamot 17 times. It has no legal basis whatsoever. Whoever drafted it, and I want to know who drafted it, because it's a sophisticated document, either didn't know about the 1693 Compact or didn't care. Probably didn't care, Harry said. If no one was ever going to look at it. Exactly. She closed the contract law book and opened the next one. I've also been reading about the most ancient and noble house system. Did you know that when you invoked your house rights, you also became entitled to challenge any administrative decision made by a guardian that wasn't in accordance with your family's documented wishes? She found the page. Your parents' will. Is there a will? Harry hadn't thought about a will. He wrote to Ragnarok that evening. Ragnarok's response arrived in 3 days and contained, along with a sealed document marked Potter family will and testamentary wishes, authenticated Gringotts copy, a brief note that said, this document exists. It has existed since November 1981. It was never presented to the Wisengamot because the filing request was blocked at the administrative level by a clerk whose employment records show a secondary stipend paid from the nominee fund. And then, in smaller writing at the bottom, the file clerk retired comfortably to the south of France in 1983. Harry opened the will. His parents had, in clear and unambiguous language, specified that in the event of their deaths, guardianship of their son was to pass first to Sirius Black, and in the event of Sirius Black's death or incapacity, to Frank and Alice Longbottom. Neither Sirius nor the Longbottoms had ever been told this will existed. Dumbledore had placed Harry with the Dursleys without ever presenting the will to the Wisengamot. He'd blocked the filing. He'd had the boy delivered to a house in Surrey by a half-giant on a flying motorbike and then made absolutely sure the paperwork that would have prevented it never surfaced. Harry sat with the will in his hands for a long time. He wasn't angry in the clean way anymore. He was angry in the deep way, the kind that went all the way down and didn't shake. The kind that knew exactly what it was for. He wrote to Sirius, they had a will. Dumbledore buried it. Your name is in it. Move as fast as you can. He folded the note and gave it to Hedwig and watched her fly into the dark. Then he opened his charms textbook and started practicing. Not making himself small. Not holding back. Full power, every incantation, the way it actually felt when he stopped apologizing for what he was. The spell lit up the dormitory brighter than it should have for a first-year's wand work, bright enough that Neville opened one eye from his bed and said, drowsily, Harry, it's midnight. I know, Harry said. Sorry. He didn't stop practicing. By the time he finally put the wand down, his hands were steady and the anger had become something else, not less, just shaped, like a sword that's been worked properly and knows what it's for. He was ready. Whatever came next, the Ministry, Dumbledore, Voldemort below the trapdoor, he was ready for it. Not because he'd been built for it by someone else's hands. Because he'd decided to be. Chapter 3, The Fire and the Blood. The Forbidden Forest in January was a different creature than it had been in December. December had been cold and still, the kind of cold that sat in the trees like patience. January came in aggressive, wind that moved through the pine canopy in long, rolling sweeps, frost that crackled under Padfoot's paws, sky the color of old iron from first light to last. Sirius had reinforced his hollow with warming charms stolen from his third-year charms notes, reconstructed from memory with the particular desperation of someone who had been very cold for a very long time and was not prepared to be cold again. He was doing better. He wouldn't have admitted it 2 weeks ago, but he was. The weight was coming back slowly. Hagrid left scraps outside his hut on a semi-regular basis, not because Hagrid knew who Padfoot was, Sirius was fairly sure, but because Hagrid left scraps for every creature within a half-mile radius and Sirius had simply positioned himself inside that radius. His mind was sharper than it had been in November. He could read the prophet without his hands shaking, which he was choosing to count as progress. He read the response from Harry and sat with the will document for a long time. Your name is in it. Move as fast as you can. The thing about Azkaban was that it stripped you of the ability to feel things in sequence. 12 years of compressed, constant grief had compacted his emotional range into something very small, very dense, like a coal that had been pressed so hard it was almost diamond. Reading Lily and James's handwriting in a will document he'd never known existed, specifying his name, Sirius Black, first guardian, first choice, cracked something in that coal that he hadn't felt crack in years. He sat in his hollow and he breathed through it, and after a while he folded the copy Ragnarok had sent and put it inside his robes against his chest, which was a ridiculous gesture for a 35-year-old man who'd survived Azkaban, and it didn't matter because there was no one to see him do it. Then he started planning. Amelia Bones was the right move. He'd always known it. She'd been 2 years behind him at Hogwarts, Hufflepuff, quiet but not soft, the kind of person who made decisions by thinking them through completely and then didn't revisit them under pressure. She'd risen through the DMLE on competence rather than politics, which was rarer than it should have been. Sirius had no particular reason to believe she liked him, they'd barely spoken at school, but he had very good reasons to believe she despised wrongful imprisonment on principle, because Bones had actually been known to write strongly worded policy memos on the subject. He needed to get to her before the Ministry's reaction to the Gringotts challenge documents hardened into a position. Right now there was uncertainty. The challenge documents would have landed on Ministry desks with the force of a small legal earthquake, and in the window of confusion before the official line was set, there was opportunity. He estimated, another 2 or 3 weeks before that window closed. He needed a wand. A real one, not the stolen thing from the guard, which was fighting him with every spell he cast. Mismatched wands did that, resisted, gave you the spell but not cleanly, not fully. He needed his own wand, or one close enough to his own that it would cooperate. His original wand had been confiscated when he was arrested and was presumably sitting in Ministry evidence storage, which was not accessible without triggering every alarm in the building. He'd been thinking about this problem for weeks and had arrived at the only solution that didn't require him to walk into somewhere that would immediately arrest him, Knockturn Alley. Specifically, the less reputable end of it, where certain shops operated on a flexible interpretation of the law and asked limited questions of customers who paid in gold. Getting into Knockturn Alley as Padfoot was straightforward. Getting out with a wand without being noticed was less so, but Sirius had been moving around Wizarding Britain as a large black dog for weeks now and was developing a good instinct for which situations would attract attention and which wouldn't. He went on a Thursday morning when Diagon Alley would be busy enough that one dog moving purposefully through the alleys was background noise. The shop was called Markwith & Sons and it smelled of things he preferred not to identify. The proprietor, presumably a Markwith, though Sirius couldn't imagine which generation, was a thin man with the quality of someone who had learned very young not to be surprised by anything and had been practicing ever since. He looked at the large black dog that had come in off the street, and then at the handful of gold that had appeared on the counter when the dog transformed into a ragged, clearly not recently barbered man, and made the professional calculation swiftly. "Something versatile," Sirius said. "Dragon heartstring. 10 to 11 inches. Not asking for your name," the proprietor said, which meant he recognized the face and was making a decision about that too. "Good," Sirius said. The wand they settled on was 11 inches, springy, dragon heartstring, hazel. Not perfect, he'd always been a willow man, 12 and a quarter, his original was probably still sitting in a evidence box with his name on it, but when he picked this one up it warmed in his hand and sent a thread of gold sparks toward the ceiling with no particular instruction, which was the wand telling him it was willing, and willing was enough. He paid. He transformed. He left. He sent the letter to Amelia Bones that evening, from a post office in Hogsmeade. Padfoot waited outside and nobody blinked. Large dogs were normal in Hogsmeade, under an alias she would recognize if she was paying attention, because they'd had one conversation at a ministry function years ago where the alias had come up in a context that was now relevant. It was a long shot. But Sirius had been surviving on long shots since November. The reply came back in 4 days. "If you are who I think you are, be at the following location at the following time. Come alone. If this is a trap, know that I have already arranged to have this letter used as evidence against whoever sent it. A.B." The location was a private room above the 3 broomsticks. The time was the following Tuesday at noon. Sirius read the note 3 times. Then he laughed, a real laugh, the kind that came from somewhere he hadn't accessed in over a decade, genuine and surprised, because of course Amelia Bones had responded to a letter from an escaped convict by arranging to meet him and preemptively threatening him with the legal consequences of his own letter. Of course she had. He was going to be fine. He was actually going to be fine. The Tuesday meeting was a different story. He went as himself, which took more courage than Azkaban had, because Azkaban you survived by being Padfoot in your head. Walking into the 3 broomsticks on a grey January Tuesday in full human form, wearing borrowed robes that almost fit, with his face that was still recognizably Sirius Black under the damage of 12 years, that required being a person, which he was still recalibrating. Amelia Bones was already there when he arrived. She was a solid, square-faced woman with short grey hair and a monocle, and she was sitting with her hands folded on the table and her expression giving absolutely nothing away, which he recognized from 2 decades ago and had apparently intensified. She looked at him as he sat down. She looked at him the way a doctor looks at someone who's just come in from the cold, not unkindly, but with the specific attention of someone cataloging damage. "You look terrible," she said. "I've had a bad 12 years, Sirius said. It was becoming his standard line and he didn't particularly mind. "No trial," she said. "I looked it up. 6 days after your arrest, sent directly to Azkaban. I don't know how I missed that. You weren't head of the DMLE yet." "No." She said it like it meant something. "I'm sorry, Mr. Black." He hadn't expected that. He made himself not react to it. "I have documentation," he said. "Gringotts authenticated. I also have a great deal to tell you about Harry Potter and what's been done to him, which will require you to make some very difficult decisions about a man you probably respect enormously." Amelia's expression didn't change. "The challenge documents from Gringotts have been sitting on my desk since the 27th of December, she said. "Dumbledore has already been to see Fudge. Fudge called me into his office to ask whether the DMLE could find grounds to challenge the document's validity. And I told him that I would need to review them in full before offering any legal opinion, and that the DMLE didn't offer legal opinions as political favors." She paused. Fudge was not pleased. "I imagine not. He's building a position," she said. "The ministry line, when it comes, will be that the challenge documents are fraudulent, that the Gringotts filing was manipulated by a fugitive criminal, and that Harry Potter's interests are best protected by the existing guardian arrangements." She looked at him steadily. You need to move faster than that position hardens. That's why I'm here, Sirius said. He put the documentation on the table, Ragnarok's sealed evidence box, copies of the will, the list of 38 contracts. I need a formal DMLE investigation. I need pensive testimony from me and from Harry. And I need it filed before Fudge sets the official position. Amelia opened Ragnarok's box. She read for 20 minutes without speaking. Sirius drank his butterbeer slowly and let her. When she looked up, her face had done something he recognized from the DMLE people he'd known, the particular compression around the eyes of someone who has seen something that makes them angry in a professional context and is arranging that anger into something functional. The will, she said. The will, he confirmed. He buried the will and placed the child with Muggles for 10 years. Yes. Without presenting it to the Wisengamot for probate. Yes. That alone, Amelia said, very precisely, is grounds for a full Wisengamot inquiry. That alone. Before we even reach the contracts. I know. She closed the box. She folded her hands. Mr. Black, she said. I am going to be very honest with you, because I think you deserve honesty and have probably not been getting enough of it. What you have here is sufficient to start a legal process. It may not be sufficient to finish one. Dumbledore has had 60 years to build institutional loyalty, in the Wisengamot, in the ministry, in the press. Even with Gringotts' backing, even with the Goblin seal on these documents, you are going to face opposition that will be substantial and well-funded and will feel, on bad days, like it's coming from every direction. I know, Sirius said. The question is whether you are prepared for a prolonged legal conflict, rather than a clean resolution. I've been in Azkaban for 12 years, Sirius said. I'm not afraid of prolonged and difficult. Amelia looked at him for a moment. Then she nodded. Come to my office on Friday morning, she said. Official capacity. I'm opening an investigation. Harry was late to Transfiguration on Thursday, which was unusual enough that Hermione looked up from her notes with a furrowing expression the moment he came through the door. He slid into his seat and gave her a tiny head shake that meant later, and she went back to her notes with the expression of someone filing something for immediate retrieval. He wasn't late because of anything dramatic. He was late because he'd stopped in an empty corridor on the way and spent 3 minutes doing wandless magic, not the vague accidental kind he'd been doing since age 4, where things happened around him when his emotions ran high, but deliberate wandless magic, aimed and intended, the kind that required him to reach into something and pull. He'd knocked a suit of armor across the corridor. Not aggressively. Just to see if he could. And he could, easily, without particular effort, and the armor had slid across the flagstones with a ringing clang that he'd stopped with a gesture before it could fall over and make a racket. He'd stood in the corridor and looked at his hand. Then he'd been late to Transfiguration. McGonagall had given him the look she reserved for students who were following an invisible but existing rule about being late no more than twice per term, and he'd sat down and opened his textbook and spent the class only half listening because the other half of him was somewhere else, turning over something that had been crystallizing for the past few weeks. His magic was big. Not just bigger than a first year's should be, though it was that, but big in a different sense. Deep. The way a well can be deep, not in terms of what you can see from the surface, but in terms of how far down it goes. He'd been capping it. Reflexively, instinctively, with 10 years of privet drive conditioning that said don't, and Hogwarts had layered on top of that a different kind of don't, wait for the lesson, follow the instruction, perform the prescribed spell in the prescribed manner. He didn't think the prescribed manner was his manner. He thought about this through Transfiguration and Charms and halfway through lunch. He thought about it in the specific way he had when he was looking at a chess problem over Ron's shoulder, seeing the shape of the whole board, not just the next move. You've got a face on, Ron said, which was Ron's way of asking what he was thinking about. Training, Harry said. Training what? Magic. Harry looked at him. I need someone to actually push me. I've been I've been going slow because it seemed right to go slow. It wasn't. Serious? Hermione said, without looking up from her lunch. When I can get to him, yes. But also on my own. He paused. And I want to know what's actually guarding that stone. The full obstacle course. I want to know what we're walking into before we walk into it. Ron glanced at the staff table. We're not planning to walk into it, are we? Someone's going to, Harry said. And it's going to happen before term ends. I'd rather go in knowing than not knowing. How do you know the timeline? Hermione said, now looking at him. Because Pettigrew was in the forest recently, Harry said. And where Pettigrew is, Voldemort's close behind. He's been in that corridor all year, in Quirrell. He knows the stone is there. He's going to move soon. He looked at his food. Dumbledore wants me to go in and stop him. That's the plan he's built. I'm going to go in, but on my terms, not his. The table was quiet for a moment. Then we'd better figure out the obstacles, Hermione said, and reached for a piece of parchment. Sunday came and Harry moved through the grounds in the early grey morning, hands in his pockets, walking with the easy pace of someone taking air rather than someone with a destination. He went through the pumpkin patch. He went along the tree line. He stepped into the forest. Sirius was waiting in the hollow, human, warming his hands on a mug of tea that smelled like it had come from Hogsmeade. He looked up when Harry appeared and something relaxed in his face, the expression of someone whose day improves at a specific arrival. Harry had started noticing it a few weeks ago, and each time he noticed it he had to spend a moment managing what it did to his chest. Bones' meeting went well, Sirius said, without preamble. She's opening an investigation. I give Dumbledore another week before he tries something subtle. He already did something subtle, Harry said, sitting down. Called me to his office. Told me to trust him, that context matters, that the people trying to tell me things might not have the full picture. How did you handle it? Told him I'd come to him with any concerns. Looked appropriately first-year-ish. He paused. He believed it enough to let me go. He's watching, but he doesn't think I'm a threat yet. Sirius's expression was something between satisfaction and worry. He'll stop underestimating you. I know. I need to be significantly better before that happens. Harry pulled his wand out. I want to actually train. Not first-year pace. I want to know what I can actually do. Sirius looked at him across the fire. Then he set down his mug. All right, he said. Show me where you are. They went deeper into the forest, away from the tree line, where the ancient trees were dense enough that spellfire wouldn't be visible from the castle. Sirius stood 20 feet away and said, cast something. Whatever feels natural. Don't pick the first-year version. Harry didn't think about it. He raised his wand and cast Expelliarmus. The spell hit Sirius in the chest hard enough that he stumbled backward 2 full steps before the shield charm he'd thrown up took the impact. He looked down at himself. Looked at Harry. Again, he said. Harry cast Lumos, not the gentle fingertip glow, but the version that came when he stopped being careful about it, white and sharp and throwing shadows 20 feet. Sirius shielded his eyes with his forearm. How long have you been running that at full output? Sirius said. I haven't, Harry said. This is the first time I've let it go. Right. Sirius shook out his arm. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to throw things at you, stunners, binding charms, a few hexes you probably haven't seen yet, and you're going to respond without thinking. Don't reach for the book answer. Just respond. You're going to actually throw spells at me? You're 11 years old and your Expelliarmus nearly knocked me over, Sirius said. I think you can handle stunners. I'm not going to throw anything that'll genuinely hurt you. And if I can't block it? Sirius shrugged. Then you learn what a stunner feels like. It's not the worst thing you can know. He raised his wand. Ready? Yes, Harry said. Sirius cast. The first two stunners hit Harry. He dove to the side of one and was a fraction too slow for the other, and woke up flat on his back staring at pine branches. Sirius was over him in 2 seconds, checking his eyes, asking if he was all right, and Harry said yes and got up. The third stunner he caught on a shield charm that came from somewhere instinctive, not taught. The shield was bigger than it should have been and knocked the stunner sideways and exploded a piece of bark off a pine tree to his left. Sirius looked at the tree. Looked at Harry. That's not a first-year shield. I know, Harry said. Do it again deliberately. Harry raised his wand and thought about the shield, not as a performed spell but as a thing that was already there, that he was just asking to become visible. It rose around him in a dome, translucent blue-white, taller than he was, curved. Sirius walked around it slowly, examining it, and then cast a hex at the surface that flared and dissolved. How long does it hold? Sirius said. I don't know. I've never held it. Hold it. Harry held it for 4 minutes while Sirius threw a rotating sequence of spells at it from different angles. The shield flexed and flared and held. When it finally broke, under a sustained reductor curse that Harry was fairly sure was from third-year curriculum at minimum, it broke clean, not explosive, and Harry was tired but not depleted. Sirius lowered his wand. Harry, he said carefully. Have you read ahead in any of your textbooks? Some. How far? I found a copy of the 6th-year defense text in the library. A pause. I've read ahead a bit. A bit. Quite a bit. Right. Sirius sat on a log. He looked at Harry with the expression of someone revising their entire understanding of a situation. When you cast the shield just now, were you doing the prescribed wand motion? No, Harry said. I just wanted a shield. And the Expelliarmus. The prescribed casting technique involves a specific flick on the second. I didn't use a flick, Harry said. I just pointed. Sirius was quiet for a moment. You know what wandless magic is? I've been doing it since I was small. Accidentally. I've been doing it deliberately for about 3 weeks. Sirius put his hands over his face. Not in distress, more in the manner of someone who is recalibrating extensively and needs a moment. When he lowered his hands his expression was illuminated with something that was pride and wonder and a kind of complicated grief for all the years of this he'd missed. Show me, he said. Harry raised his hand, no wand, and lifted a stone from the forest floor to eye level, held it for a count of 10, and set it down. Larger, Sirius said. He lifted the log Sirius was sitting on. Sirius, to his credit, remained seated on it with his hands in his lap throughout. Right, Sirius said, from 4 feet off the ground. All right. Okay. He waited until Harry set him down. Harry, what you have, what's in you, is not normal, even for someone with your bloodlines, which are extremely impressive bloodlines. What you have is the product of 2 things, your own innate ability, which is considerable, to put it conservatively, and what Voldemort's curse did to you. It changed my magic? Harry said. It saturated it, Sirius said. A killing curse that survives a rebound and anchors itself in the target, that's unprecedented. There's no record of it. Nobody knows exactly what it did to your magical core, but what I'm seeing right now suggests that whatever it did, it expanded it. Significantly. Harry thought about this. Dumbledore knows. Dumbledore knows, Sirius confirmed. And that's why item 14 exists. Not just to control you in a fight, but because he knows what you'll be capable of when you've actually grown into it, and he needs, to be the one holding the leash when that happens. The forest was very quiet around them. Wind moved high up in the canopy. Something small rustled in the undergrowth to the left and then was still. "He's not going to be," Harry said. "No," Sirius said. "He's not." He stood. "Again. This time I want to see what you do with offensive spells. And I mean actually offensive, don't hold back because you think you should. What are you going to use for a shield?" Sirius tapped his chest. "I'm the best duelist Gryffindor produced in 20 years, he said. "I'll manage." He had to cast his shield 3 times during the next 10 minutes and reinforced it twice. He was grinning broadly by the end of it. They did this every Sunday for 3 weeks. Sirius pushed harder each time and Harry met it, sometimes easily, sometimes by the skin of his teeth, once going down to a binding charm that wrapped him from ankle to shoulder and left him staring at the canopy while Sirius laughed and then cast the counter before he could work it out himself, which turned into a lesson on binding charm counters that took up most of the afternoon. Between Sundays, Harry practiced alone. He found a rhythm that worked for him. 2 hours after curfew in an empty classroom off the 4th-floor corridor. It was empty because it had a charm on it that made people feel slightly unwelcome in the diffuse way of a draft you couldn't find the source of, which Harry had simply decided not to feel. Going through the spells he and Sirius had covered and the ones he'd picked up from the 6th-year text and the things that emerged when he stopped managing himself and just let the magic be. What it was. The things that emerged were interesting. He couldn't name most of them. They weren't in any textbook he'd found. They felt less like spells and more like extensions. Like asking the magic a question and it answering in a language slightly more elegant than the one he'd been taught. A shield that heated instead of just deflecting. A light spell that could cut through darkness that resisted normal lumos, the kind of magical darkness. He'd found a pocket of it in a disused storeroom on the 2nd floor and had stood in it and thought his way through instead of casting normally, and the dark had yielded, not all at once but like a tide going out. He wrote to Sirius about it. Sirius wrote back, "Your father did this too. James invented 4 spells that are still in use at the Auror office. He used to say he didn't invent them, they were already there and he was just translating. I always thought that was him being annoyingly modest. I think now he was being accurate." Harry read that letter 3 times and kept it in his robe pocket for a week. Hermione had been busy. This was normal for Hermione and Harry had stopped being surprised by the scope of it, but even by her standards the 2nd and 3rd weeks of January were impressive. She had compiled, in a leather-bound notebook she'd bought in Hogsmeade, a complete analysis of the legal grounds for voiding each of the 38 contracts individually, cross-referenced with the relevant statutes. She had written a 15-page essay on the proxy authority void argument that she was clearly quite proud of. She had, without being asked, drafted a summary document of the whole situation that she said could be handed to a solicitor with no further explanation required. She also, in a quieter moment on a Wednesday after their potions class, told Harry that she'd written to her parents. "I told them everything," she said. "About the contracts and what Dumbledore did. They were upset. My dad wanted to come up to the school." "What did you tell him?" "That it was being handled legally and that coming up to the school to confront the headmaster would probably not help." She paused. "My mum asked if you were all right." Harry looked at her. "Your mum asked?" "She said you've apparently been growing up without anyone looking after your actual interests, which, yes. She asked if you were all right." The question did something unexpected to Harry. He considered it seriously rather than deflecting, which was new. "I think I'm better than I've been," he said. "Sirius helps. The training helps." "Good," Hermione said, and the firmness in it was the specific firmness of someone who has decided to be someone's advocate and is not going to be talked out of it. Ron, meanwhile, had been quietly doing his own version of preparation, which looked from the outside like Ron playing chess obsessively and talking to himself, but was actually Ron wargaming every possible version of the Wisengamot hearing in his head. He was the one who pointed out, during a session where the 3 of them spread all their documentation across the Gryffindor common room floor while everyone else was at dinner, that the Wiesengemot hearing would not be just legal. "My dad talks about it," he said. "The Wiesengemot. When there's something political, half the votes aren't about law, they're about who you owe things to. Who's afraid of who? Dumbledore's got most of those votes locked up. Even with perfect legal arguments, if the votes aren't there, the goblin seal changes that," Hermione said. "Gringotts' authenticated documentation can't be politically dismissed. It triggers their legal review obligations regardless of how members are inclined to vote." "It slows them down," Ron said. "It doesn't stop them." He wasn't wrong. They all knew he wasn't wrong. The hearing could still go badly. The ministry was already moving to establish its position, and Fudge was the kind of politician who would say absolutely anything if Dumbledore asked him to. "We need people in that room who aren't Dumbledore's," Harry said. "People who'll vote on the law rather than the loyalty." "Amelia Bones," Hermione said immediately. "She can't vote, she's presenting the investigation findings. We need actual Wiesengemot members." He paused. "I have proxy votes. From the Potter seat. That's something." "You can't vote in the Wiesengemot," Ron said. I'm legally emancipated," Harry said. "And the head of an ancient and noble house. Which gives me the right to vote or appoint a representative to vote on my behalf." He looked at the floor. "Sirius is a Black. The Black family has seats. He's still legally a fugitive," Hermione said. "For now." They looked at each other. The shape of what they were building was visible, if you tilted your head right, a legal and political structure assembling itself piece by piece, with Amelia Bones at the ministry end and Ragnarok at the Gringotts end and Sirius as the linchpin, and Harry in the middle with more power than anyone had remembered to account for. "It's going to come down to timing," Harry said. "The legal challenge and Sirius's hearing need to happen before Dumbledore consolidates his position. And we need to deal with Quirrell and Voldemort before either of those things, because if Voldemort gets the stone, everything else becomes secondary. Then we need to move on all three at once," Hermione said. She said it like it was a reasonable statement. Like it didn't mean simultaneously navigating a ministry legal battle, a Wiesengemot challenge, and the actual Dark Lord in the basement. "Yeah," Ron said. He sounded like someone who had made peace with a thing that had not been easy to make peace with. "Brilliant. No problem." Harry grinned at him. Ron grinned back, the specific grin of someone who is doing something slightly insane and has decided to commit fully. The tipping point came in the last week of January. Sirius came to their Sunday meeting with a different energy. He'd shaved, or made an attempt at it, and his robes were newer, not new, but newer, and he had the look of someone who had received news and was working out the best way to deliver it. "Bones filed," he said, before Harry even sat down. "Tuesday. The official DMLE investigation into the Potter guardianship irregularities is on the record." Harry felt something settle in his chest. Dumbledore knows? He was notified as a person of interest. His response, through his solicitor, was 11 pages of legal argument about the investigation's validity. He paused. Amelia responded with 3 sentences. To the effect that the investigation was valid, the documentation was authenticated, and further correspondence should be directed to the DMLE's legal office. Harry smiled. "I like her. She's excellent," Sirius said. "She's also told me something I need to tell you." He looked at the fire. Quirrell was investigated once before. 3 years ago, a routine ministry review. His file has an anomaly. There's a section that was sealed at the request of Dumbledore. Amelia can't open it without Wiesengemot authority, but she knows it's there. He knew, Harry said. He let Quirrell teach here knowing what Quirrell is carrying. It's possible he didn't know the extent. That Voldemort was actually occupying him. But he knew something was wrong with Quirrell and he hired him anyway. Harry's voice was level. He set the whole thing up. Stone at Hogwarts, compromised defense teacher, obstacles at the end designed to be beatable by a student who knew the right things, me, specifically, because he'd been managing my education to make sure I knew the right things in the right order. He stopped. The mirror of Erist is down there. Sirius looked at him sharply. How do you know that? I saw it. In December, in a disused classroom on the 3rd floor. Dumbledore moved it before Christmas, but he moved it down, not out of the castle. The obstacles are organized specifically to end at something you want more than anything, something that only someone who wanted to find the stone rather than use it could get from. And Dumbledore knows exactly what I want most. Which is what? Harry looked at the fire. My parents, he said quietly. Obviously. Sirius was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful. He's counting on that to stop you. If you see them in the mirror, I know what the mirror does, Harry said. I'm not going to be stopped by it. He looked at Sirius. I've had something better than a reflection of them for the last 2 months. The fire crackled between them. Sirius looked at him for a long moment with an expression that Harry had no category for, too many things in it, too close together. Harry, he said. I know, Harry said. Don't. His voice wasn't cold, just certain. I'm not going to get sad about it right now. I need to stay clear. Okay. Sirius breathed. All right. Then let's talk about the timing. Bones can request a full Wisengamot session in early March. I want to present myself formally before that, officially surrender to Amelia's custody, under terms that protect me from Azkaban while the investigation proceeds. She thinks she can get a hold on remand rather than a cell. And if she can't? Then we do it anyway, Sirius said. I'm not hiding in this forest forever. And the hearing needs me present. He paused. Also, it's January and this hollow is significantly colder than I've been pretending. Harry laughed. It surprised him, a real laugh, full, with nothing held back. Sirius looked at him with that expression again, the one with too many things in it, and this time Harry let him keep it because it felt true. End of February, Harry said. You turn yourself in to Bones, formally. I'll be at the hearing. You're going to the hearing? I'm the head of the House of Potter, Harry said. I have standing. I'm speaking for myself. He met Sirius's eyes. I'm done having other people speak for me. It was during the first week of February that Harry noticed Quirrell watching him. He'd always been aware of Quirrell in the low-key way you were aware of a teacher who wasn't particularly threatening, some attention, mostly background. But this was different. This was the quality of attention that had a point behind it. Quirrell watching him in the corridor, dark eyes tracking past the nervous stutter and the silly purple turban to something colder underneath. Harry watched back. The thing sharing Quirrell's skull, the thing that had killed his parents, that had been a dark shadow in the back of a teacher's head all year while Harry ate breakfast 20 feet away, knew who Harry was. Of course it did. The question was what it was going to do about it. In defense class, Quirrell asked a question about protective charms that was addressed to the room but aimed at Harry. Harry answered it completely, accurately, without using the textbook framing, and watched something shift behind Quirrell's eyes. Not surprise. More like confirmation. After class, in the corridor, Quirrell fell into step beside him for approximately 30 feet, unusual, teachers didn't usually walk students to their next class. You're very advanced for your year, Mr. Potter, Quirrell said. The stutter was thin, barely present. I wonder where you find the time to practice. I find it interesting, Harry said. And I have a good instinct for it. A pause. Your father was very talented. Your mother more so, in certain areas. Another pause. Do you know what the trick to very advanced magic is? What? Harry said, playing along. Not being afraid of what you find in yourself, Quirrell said. He stopped at a corridor junction. "Have a good afternoon, Mr. Potter." He went the other way. Harry watched him go. He kept his face neutral until Quirrell was out of sight, and then he found Ron and Hermione and said, very quietly, "It's moving faster. Quirrell just talked to me. Voldemort was talking to me through him." Hermione went pale. Ron looked dangerous, which was a Ron expression Harry had only seen a few times and always respected. "What did it say?" Hermione asked. "Recruiting pitch, maybe. Or assessment. Seeing what I am." He thought for a moment. "We need to be ready to move on the stone within the month." "February?" Ron said. "Before the Wizengamot hearing," Harry said. "Because if Voldemort gets the stone after Sirius's hearing, the hearing becomes irrelevant, the whole country descends into crisis and the legal challenge gets buried. We need to deal with what's under the trapdoor, and then we need to go to court." He looked at them both. In that order. The corridor was empty around them. Somewhere above, classes were in session. Normal life, proceeding as usual. 3 11-year-olds standing in a stone passage talking about a strategic timeline for dealing with Voldemort and the Wizengamot, which was probably not anyone's vision of a normal first year. "Right," Ron said. "So. Want to figure out those obstacles properly? I reckon we've got time before dinner." "Yes," Harry said. They went to the library. Chapter 4, Amelia's Table. The DMLE headquarters occupied the third sublevel of the Ministry of Magic, below the courtrooms and above the holding cells, which Sirius thought was probably intentional, a physical reminder to the people who worked there of what they were between. He'd been in this building before, twice, once as a newly minted Auror trainee, young and invincible and terrible at paperwork, and once in chains being transported to Azkaban without a trial. The third time, he walked in through the front atrium on the last day of February with his wand at his hip and Amelia Bones 2 paces ahead of him and his heart doing something he refused to call fear. The atrium was busy at 9 in the morning. People moved in every direction with the specific purposeful blankness of ministry workers who had been doing this commute for long enough that the golden fountain and the gilded walls had become invisible. A few of them looked at him. Several looked at him twice. One young witch in a blue robe stopped walking entirely and stared, and Sirius made himself meet her gaze and keep walking. Amelia had arranged it to go smoothly. She'd filed the paperwork the previous evening: voluntary surrender, formal investigation, hold on remand rather than a cell, supervised wand custody rather than confiscation. She'd had the agreement countersigned by 2 senior DMLE colleagues before she'd sent it, so it couldn't be reversed by a single ministry official without going through proper review. She'd also, Sirius suspected, strategically not told Fudge until this morning, because Fudge's response to the news would have been to try to prevent it, and the best way to prevent prevention was to make the thing already done. She was, he thought, an exceptional woman. They went through security. Sirius surrendered his wand to a clerk and got a receipt for it, which he tucked into his pocket, which meant he was walking through the ministry unarmed, which was fine. He'd gone longer without a wand and survived, and into the lift and down to 3, and when the lift opened there was a short corridor and at the end of it a door with a nameplate that said Head, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and under that, in smaller letters, A. Bones. "When Fudge comes," Amelia said, without stopping, "and he will come, let me speak first." "Fine," Sirius said. "And don't be charming." "I know that's difficult." Sirius looked at her. "You think I'm charming?" "I think you know exactly when you're doing it and use it deliberately," Amelia said. "Fudge responds badly to people he perceives as smarter than him. So do most of the Wizengamot members. They're more sympathetic to plain speech." "Plain speech," Sirius said. "I can do plain speech." "Then do it today." They went into the office. Fudge arrived at 10:30, which was fast enough that he'd clearly been monitoring Amelia's filing activity, which was either impressive or alarming. He came with 2 Aurors at his back, which Sirius supposed was meant to be intimidating and would have been if Sirius hadn't spent 12 years in Azkaban, at the end of which he'd still managed to escape. Cornelius Fudge was a pink-faced man in a lime-green bowler hat who gave the impression of having learned political authority as a performance art rather than as a practice. He came into the office looking at Sirius with the expression of someone dealing with a problem that should have been handled by someone else. "Bones," he said. "This is highly irregular." "Good morning, Minister," Amelia said. She did not stand up from behind her desk. "This is not irregular. Voluntary surrender to DMLE custody is established procedure under Section 12 of the He's an Escaped Convict." Fudge pointed at Sirius. Sirius sat in the chair in front of Amelia's desk and watched the pointing with mild interest. "He escaped from Azkaban. He should be in a cell. He is in DMLE custody pending formal investigation," Amelia said. "Which is the appropriate designation for a person of interest in an active investigation, as opposed to a convicted prisoner, which Mr. Black is not." She paused. "He was never convicted, Minister. He was sent to Azkaban without a trial, which is the primary subject of this investigation." Fudge stared at her. "He was, the record shows a ministerial order signed in November 1981 directing that Sirius Black be held at Azkaban pending trial," Amelia said. "There is no subsequent trial record. The pending trial never occurred." She slid a parchment across the desk. "I've been through the archive personally." Sirius watched Fudge look at the parchment with the expression of someone confronting a piece of information that is going to make their life significantly more complicated than it was 5 minutes ago. "The record could have been," Fudge started. "Minister," Amelia said, very precisely, "are you suggesting that official ministry records may have been altered? Because that would be a very serious allegation requiring its own investigation." Silence. "No," Fudge said. "No, of course not. I simply," he straightened his bowler. "This is an unusual situation that will require careful handling." "I agree. That's why I'm handling it carefully." Amelia met his gaze with the professional equanimity of someone who had done this many times and was not going to blink first. "The Weisengamot session is scheduled for the 14th of March. At that session, Mr. Black will receive the trial that was never conducted, the Potter guardianship matter will be formally reviewed, and the DMLE will present its investigation findings. All of this is proper procedure." A beat. "I would hate for the ministry to be seen as obstructing proper procedure." Fudge looked at her. Looked at Sirius. Something shifted in his face, the politician's calculation, the recognition of which way the ground was moving. Sirius had seen that expression on a dozen ministry faces in his Auror days, and it always preceded a repositioning. "Of course," Fudge said. "Of course, I support proper procedure. I merely wanted to ensure, to be informed of developments. As is my right as minister." "Absolutely," Amelia said. "You'll receive daily briefings." Fudge left. The Aurors who'd come with him looked at Sirius, and Sirius looked back, and they followed Fudge out. Amelia sat back in her chair and let out a breath that was the only sign of effort she'd shown in the past hour. "He's going to try to find grounds to move the date," she said. "Either back, to give himself more time to build opposition, or forward, to catch us underprepared." "Can he?" "He can try. The Goblin seal on the documentation makes it difficult. They have their own legal timeline obligations and they don't yield to ministerial pressure." She looked at him steadily. 2 weeks, Mr. Black. We have 2 weeks to have everything in order." "We'll be ready," Sirius said. Amelia studied him for a moment. "You said we." "Harry speaking at the hearing," Sirius said. "He has standing. He's invoked his house rights." A long pause. "He's 11 years old. He's the head of the most ancient and noble house of Potter," Sirius said. "He's legally emancipated. And he has things to say that should be heard by the people who've been making decisions about his life without consulting him. He held her gaze. He's the most important voice in this room and the only one who hasn't spoken yet. Amelia looked at her desk for a moment. When she looked up, her expression had settled into something he couldn't entirely read, something between professional concern and personal respect, with a thread of something that might have been admiration running through it. "He'll need to be prepared," she said. "The Wiesengemot chamber it's designed to be intimidating. That's not an accident." "He won't be intimidated," Sirius said. "I've been throwing stunners at him for 6 weeks. He's fine." Harry came to Hogsmeade on the first Saturday of March. He'd gotten McGonagall to sign the permission form by a process Sirius hadn't asked about and didn't need to. He came alone, without Ron and Hermione, which wasn't because he didn't want them there but because this meeting was the kind of thing that needed to be small. He found the 3 broomsticks, ordered a butterbeer he barely touched, and sat across from Sirius in the corner booth and listened to the full briefing. Sirius told him everything: Amelia's meeting with Fudge, the timeline, the Wiesengemot session, the format of how a hearing worked, what testimony would be presented and when, what the most likely opposition arguments were and how they mapped to what Hermione had found in the legal statutes. He talked through it methodically, which was slightly unusual for Sirius, who tended toward the ambitious overview rather than the granular, and Harry understood that this was Sirius being careful. This was the thing Sirius was doing instead of worrying out loud. When it was done, Harry said, "I want to speak last." "Last?" "After the legal arguments, after your testimony, after Amelia's investigation findings. I want to speak last." He turned his butterbeer mug in his hands. "Right now, Dumbledore controls the story. He's the greatest wizard alive, he did everything for the right reasons, every decision was for the greater good. That story is going to fill the Wiesengemot chamber before any of us open our mouths." He looked up. "I need to be the last thing they hear. Not legal arguments. Me." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "What are you going to say?" "I don't know yet," Harry said. "But I'll know in the room." He paused. "I trust that." "You sound like your mother," Sirius said, and his voice did something briefly complicated that he covered by looking at his drink. "She always trusted the right moment." "Was she right too?" "Usually. Not always. A beat. Enough times that it counted." They sat for a while. The pub was filling up around them. Hogsmeade Saturday was a tradition and the weather had improved enough that people were out. Students from Hogwarts, a few in the upper years, were at nearby tables. Nobody looked at the corner booth twice, which was partly Sirius's glamour charm, nothing dramatic, just enough to make him feel like unremarkable background, and partly that people generally didn't look for escaped convicts in pub booths. "There's one more thing," Harry said. "Quirrell's escalating. Whatever Voldemort is planning under that trapdoor, it's close. I can feel it." He paused, trying to find language for something that didn't quite have any. "Not literally. But the way you can feel weather changing. Something's tightening." Sirius watched him. "You're going in." "Not tonight. But soon. Before the hearing." "Harry, I'm not asking permission," Harry said. He said it clearly, without heat. "I'm telling you, so you know, because you should know. It's my choice." A long pause. Sirius looked at him and the look was everything, all the fear and pride and grief and love and the 12 years of missing that sat behind it all, and he nodded. "Tell me what you need," he said. Harry got back to Hogwarts at 4 in the afternoon and went directly to find Ron and Hermione. They were in the library. This had become their default gathering point because the library was large enough to find private corners and Madame Pants, while formidable, was unlikely to report their conversations to Dumbledore the way some other staff might. They had their corner, third row from the back on the east wall, behind the restricted section divider, and they'd been using it enough that their presence there probably read as normal studious behavior, which was accurate for Hermione and a reasonable cover story for the other two. Hermione had a new stack. Ron had a chessboard that he was playing against himself with one hand while reading a Quidditch magazine with the other, which was Ron's resting state. Harry sat down and said, "Walk me through the obstacles again." Ron put down the magazine. They'd worked this out over 3 sessions in January and February. Hermione had managed to get information about most of the protections through a combination of library research, strategic questioning of Hagrid, who was deeply unable to keep secrets when someone asked him things enthusiastically enough, and one extremely careful reconnaissance of the 3rd-floor corridor. "Fluffy first," Ron said. 3 heads, falls asleep to music. Hagrid told you that himself. "I've got a flute," Harry said. "I've been practicing." He had. It wasn't particularly musical, but it was functional. "What's after?" "Devil's snare," Hermione said. "Immobilizes in response to struggle. Counter is warmth and light." "Winged keys," Ron continued. "One of them opens the door. You'd need a broom, which isn't a problem for you obviously, I'll manage. Giant chess set." Ron said this with the particular tone of someone who has a specific feeling about a specific obstacle. "Life-sized, magically animated. Someone plays through." "That one's yours," Harry said. Ron looked at him. "You're not." "Yeah, all right. Yeah. I can do that." "What's after chess?" "Mountain Troll," Hermione said. "Already knocked out, apparently. Dumbledore's, or, a brief pause, someone who was in before us. We skipped that one." "Snape's potion logic puzzle," Hermione continued. 7 bottles, forward or back, riddle tells you which. "I can solve it, one of us needs to go back," Harry said. "After the chess. Send word to Sirius and to Amelia that we're in there, so if something goes wrong someone knows." "That would be me," Ron said immediately. Harry looked at him. "Ron, I'll have just finished playing giant chess," Ron said. He said it plainly, with no drama. "I'll be in no state to go further. And someone needs to send word." He met Harry's eyes. "It should be me. It makes sense." Harry held his gaze for a moment. "Okay," he said. "Okay." Hermione was looking at the table. Her jaw was set in the specific way that meant she was doing something that cost her something and was not going to let it show. "I go with Harry to the potion puzzle," she said. "I solve it. He goes forward. I go back with Ron." "You don't need to. What I need," Hermione said, with the crisp precision of someone making a decision that is closed, "is for you to come back. So I am going to make sure you can move forward, and then I am going to go back, and then you are going to come back. That is what happens." She opened her notebook. "Now. The final room. We need to talk about the mirror." They did. They talked about it for 2 hours, about what it would show, about what Dumbledore had told Harry about it in the oblique way Dumbledore told him things, about the protection Dumbledore had built in. Hermione had a theory about how the protection worked that she laid out in careful, precise terms, and it dovetailed with what Harry had worked out himself, and when they arrived at the same conclusion from different directions it felt the way the best conclusions felt, inevitable. "You can't want to use it," Harry said. "That's the protection. Someone who wants to use the stone will see themselves using it. Someone who only wants to find it, sees themselves holding it," Hermione said. "Yes. Dumbledore designed it for you, specifically. Because he knew you'd want to find it, not use it. But Quirrell, Voldemort, wants it to use it," Harry said. "So the mirror won't give it to them." "Right. And Dumbledore assumes I'll want to find it on his behalf. Following his plan. A good boy doing what he was told." "Right." Harry looked at the table. "But I'm not going there for Dumbledore," he said. "I'm going there to make a choice. My own choice, for my own reasons. He paused. I wonder what the mirror shows someone who just wants to stop Voldemort because it's the right thing to do. The library was quiet around them. Madame Pants moved somewhere in the stacks, her footsteps precise and disapproving as always. The last light of afternoon was going orange through the high windows. I suppose you'll find out, Hermione said. Dumbledore called Harry back to his office on the 7th of March. This was the second time, and the quality of it was different from the first. The first visit had been exploratory, a hand testing the temperature of water. This was something else, a man who had been watching the situation change and had decided to have a direct conversation about it, which meant either he felt confident or he felt the opposite of confident and was doing this anyway. Harry climbed the spiral staircase. He knocked. He went in. The office was the same. The instruments humming, the portraits watching with various degrees of interest, the phoenix on its perch. Dumbledore behind his desk, half-moon spectacles, fingers folded, ancient eyes. Harry, he said. Sit down. Harry sat. The 14th of March, Dumbledore said, without preamble this time. The warm, measured quality was still there but thinner, the way bread is when it's been sliced too fine, still bread, but you can see the light through it. I understand there is a Wisengamot session scheduled. Yes, Harry said. I want you to understand something, Dumbledore said. He leaned forward slightly, and the weight of the room shifted the way it always did when he leaned forward, all that accumulated history and power bending toward you. Everything I have done, every decision I've made in your regard, has been made with the understanding of the full picture. You are, understandably, working from incomplete information. Sirius Black's return is, sir, Harry said. Dumbledore stopped. I've read the will, Harry said. My parents' will. The one you had buried in 1981. He kept his voice level. Not cold, not aggressive. Just certain. Your name isn't in it. The room was very quiet. One of the spinning instruments on the desk ticked softly. Harry, Sirius's name is in it, Harry said. He was their first choice. They wrote it down. You chose not to show it to anyone who could have acted on it. He looked at the man across the desk, the ancient, brilliant, powerful man who had built 38 careful cages around an infant and called it protection. What was the complete picture that made that the right thing to do? Dumbledore was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful and tired in a way that Harry thought was real, not performed, but genuine tiredness, the kind that came from a very old man who had been carrying something very heavy for a very long time. I had reason to believe Sirius was the secret keeper, he said. I had reason to believe he had betrayed your parents. By the time of the will reading, Sirius was already in Azkaban, Harry said. The incapacity clause in the will specifically covers imprisonment. Frank and Alice Longbottom were still healthy. Their names were in the will too. Pause. By November 1981, Harry said, both Sirius and the Longbottoms were effectively unavailable. That left the Dursleys as the only blood family. And blood protection is real, I know that. But the will didn't say blood family. It said Sirius Black. He looked at the desk. You chose Privet Drive knowing what the will said. Because you needed me somewhere you could control. Somewhere far from magic, far from knowledge of who I was and what I was owed, until you needed me. He heard it in the room as he said it, the shape of it, stark and simple. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was very gentle. You are 11 years old. You keep saying that, Harry said. I've noticed. Another silence. Longer. What is it that you want? Dumbledore asked. Specifically. What outcome are you looking for? The contract's voided, Harry said. Sirius cleared. My house rights formally recognized. And I want the stone removed from Hogwarts, not by Voldemort getting it, but by you taking it out of a school before someone is killed here. The stone is, I know what's guarding it, Harry said. I know what's been living in Professor Quirrell's classroom all year. He watched Dumbledore's face very carefully. I know you know too. The longest pause yet. The phoenix shifted on its perch and made a soft sound, not alarmed, just present, just noticing. The stone will be removed, Dumbledore said. I had already decided. The situation has become more complicated than I anticipated. Then we agree on something, Harry said. He stood. The room felt different than it had the first time he'd left it, not his imagination, something actually different, like a balance had been adjusted. I'll see you at the hearing, sir. He went to the door. Harry. Dumbledore's voice behind him. Harry stopped but didn't turn. Be careful. What is below the trapdoor, even without the stone, the entity there is not something to be approached without preparation. Harry considered that for a moment. I know, he said. He went down the stairs. The night was the 9th of March. Harry knew it was the 9th the way he'd known the tightening, not from a specific sign but from the accumulated weight of every sign, the storm that hadn't broken yet, the electricity in the air before a lightning strike. He lay in bed until midnight and then sat up, dressed silently, and looked at the sleeping forms of his dormitory mates. He didn't wake them immediately. He went to Ron's bed first. Ron, he said quietly. Ron was awake in 2 seconds flat, sitting up, already alert. Harry had noticed this before. Ron slept with the particular readiness of someone who'd grown up in a large family where being slow to wake meant missing things. Now? Ron said, also quietly. Now, Harry said. They woke Hermione from her dormitory by sending a note via a charm Harry had learned specifically for this, a small light that tapped on her window 3 times, which they'd agreed as the signal. She was in the portrait hole corridor within 8 minutes, fully dressed and with her bag, which Harry had expected. The castle at midnight was a different structure than the castle during the day. It breathed differently, the stones settling, the magic in the walls running quieter, the usual daytime hum reduced to something underneath audibility. Harry had been out in it often enough for night practice that he knew its rhythms, knew which staircases moved at which hours, which corridors the portraits slept through and which they monitored. He went up, not down. 3rd floor, east corridor, the right-hand door. Fluffy was asleep already. Not from Harry's flute, he hadn't even taken it out. The dog was asleep, all 3 heads lolling, and on the floor in front of it was a small harp playing itself, a thin silver thread of sound that repeated the same 8 bars endlessly. Sirius had been here. Or someone sent by Sirius. Harry looked at the harp and filed it and moved to the trapdoor and pulled it open and looked down. Ladies first, Ron said to Hermione, who gave him a look that could have stripped paint and dropped through the hole. The devil's snare tried for Ron. It went for the one who struggled and Ron struggled, out of instinct, before Hermione's fire charm hit it and it recoiled and let go and Ron fell the remaining foot to the floor swearing quietly. The winged keys were fast and chaotic in the high-arched room, hundreds of them, silver and darting, catching light from no visible source. Harry summoned a broom without breaking stride, one of the Hogwarts school brooms, hovering nearby for exactly this purpose, and was in the air almost before Ron and Hermione had gotten their bearings. He didn't find the right key by searching. He found it by watching the patterns. The way the keys moved was not random, there was a logic to it, the same logic as a complex spell arrangement, and within 30 seconds he'd identified the one that was different, wings slightly bent from previous use, slightly slower, compensating. He caught it on the first pass. The door opened. The chess room was enormous and cold and the pieces were marble and bigger than he'd imagined. They stood across the board in their places with the still patience of things that were always ready. "This is mine," Ron said. Harry looked at him. Ron was already walking to the center of the board, looking at the positions with the focused calm that chess put on his face, the version of Ron that was utterly unencumbered by self-doubt. He looked at the board for 20 seconds. Then he turned back. I know how to get you through, he said. I need to sacrifice pieces, though. And, a beat, I'll need to sacrifice me, near the end. To clear the path. Ron, Hermione said. I've already worked it out, Ron said, with the patient certainty of someone who has done a calculation and found the answer and knows there's only one answer. It's the only way the line opens. I'll be all right. He met Harry's eyes. I'll be all right, and I'll send the owl to Sirius, and I'll see you at breakfast. Harry held his gaze. Promise me, he said. Promise, Ron said. He turned to the board. Knight to C7, he said loudly, to his piece. Let's play. The troll room was what it had been described as, a troll already down, unconscious, the air smelling of something Harry decided not to identify. They stepped over it and through and into Snape's corridor, which was narrower and lit by purple flames along the walls and smelled of something sharp and medicinal. Hermione went to the bottles immediately. She read the scroll. Her lips moved silently. Harry watched her work through it and felt, not for the first time, the particular gratitude of knowing someone whose mind worked the way hers did. There, she said. The small round one on the far right. That's forward. There's only one dose. And back? The second from the left. 2 doses. She looked at him. Her eyes were bright in the firelight and she was keeping her face very controlled. Harry, I know, Harry said. Be careful, she said. And be yourself. Don't be what anyone expects. She seemed to run out of words for a moment, just be Harry. That's all I've got, he said. She handed him the small round bottle. He looked at it, barely a mouthful, ice-cold against his fingers, and then looked at Hermione. He said, Thank you. For all of it. She nodded. She didn't trust her voice, he could see. He stepped through the black flames. The final room was not what he'd expected, which was the thing about rooms that had been designed for you specifically. They were always built for an earlier version of you, and you'd moved on since they were constructed. The mirror of Ariste stood in the center. Behind it, turning from the mirror with rage all over his face, was Quirrell. No, not quite. There was Quirrell, standing there with his robes and his turban, but the presence of him was distributed differently than it should have been, heavier at the back, and when Quirrell turned to look at Harry it wasn't Quirrell's face behind the eyes. Harry Potter, said Quirrell's voice, but the inflection was wrong, too measured, too old. How unexpected. Not really, Harry said. He looked at the mirror. You can't get it. Quirrell's face smiled. The child knows more than he should. I know you need someone who wants to find it but not use it, Harry said. He moved into the room, not toward the mirror, just adjusting his position, keeping both the mirror and Quirrell in his line of sight. And I know you can't do that, no matter how you try. And you think you can? The voice was silkier now, more itself. A first-year child. You walked down here because Dumbledore wanted you to. Because you've been running his plan all year, no, Harry said. He said it cleanly, without the need to emphasize it. I walked down here because I decided to. Those aren't the same thing, even if you can't tell the difference. Quirrell moved, laterally, testing, and Harry moved too, matching, staying out of arm's reach. He had no wand out. He was holding it in his hand, relaxed, not because he was supremely confident but because pulling it now would commit to a specific mode of conflict and he wasn't there yet. Look in the mirror, Quirrell said. Tell me what you see. Harry looked at the mirror. He expected his parents. He expected the aching, heart-splitting reflection of everything he'd never had, Lily and James smiling back at him from a life that didn't exist. He expected the same pull he'd felt the first time he'd found this mirror, in that empty classroom in December, the pull that had been so strong it had taken him 3 nights to stop himself from coming back. He saw himself. Just himself. Standing there. Nothing in his hands. He looked at the reflection for a long moment. The reflection looked back, and there was something in its expression, not smug, not triumphant, just clear. At peace with itself. Like someone who knows who they are and has stopped arguing with it. He reached for the stone. His hand found it in the mirror's reflection, he felt it become real, the small smooth weight of it in his actual palm, and he closed his fingers around it. Quirrell had been watching. Quirrell had seen it happen. "Give it to me," said the voice, and it was not Quirrell's voice at all now, it was the other thing, all the way out, cold and ancient and vast the way very old hate is vast. "Give it to me, boy, and you live. Give it to me, and I will give you your parents' lives. I can do that. I have that power. Give me the stone and your mother and father are brought back, I swear it." Harry looked at Quirrell's face. At the thing behind it. "No," he said. "Then die." Quirrell's hands closed around Harry's throat. Harry let him. Not passively, the moment of contact sent fire up both their arms, immediate and enormous, the burn of something that did not want to coexist with something else, and Quirrell screamed and pulled back, hands blistering, and Harry didn't chase him, just stood with the stone in his fist and his throat burning and watched the thing in Quirrell's face contort. The protection his mother's death had put in him was real and enormous, and Dumbledore had known about it for a decade. But the thing it was doing right now, this burning, this refusal, was not the sanitized protection of Dumbledore's lectures. This was the actual thing, raw and without apology, 11 years of a boy's life compressed into a fire that said no to what stood in front of him with absolute physical authority. Quirrell charged. Harry raised his hand, not his wand hand, the other one, bare palm forward, and said, "Stop." The magic that came was not from any textbook. It hit Quirrell like a wall of heat, like standing too close to a forge, and the body in front of him went still and then started to come apart, not violently, not brutally, just the way a thing that has been held together by a wrong kind of force comes apart when the force is addressed directly. Voldemort's scream was short and high, and then it was wind, then smoke, then nothing. Quirrell crumpled. Harry stood in the room. His hand was shaking, not from effort, from aftermath. The stone was warm in his fist. The room was very quiet, just the sound of his own breathing and the distant, very distant creak of castle stone. He looked at Quirrell. Quirrell was breathing. Unconscious, but breathing. The turban had come loose and there was nothing on the back of his head anymore, just skin, just a man who had made terrible choices and would have to live with the consequences of them, which was a more complex justice than Harry had expected to feel in this room but felt right. He pocketed the stone. He walked out the way he'd come in. He passed back through the black fire, through Snape's corridor, through the place where the troll still lay. He walked through the chess room, which was cleared now, the path open, and in the center of the board, exactly where Ron had said he would be, Ron was sitting up, conscious, with a bruise that covered most of his left cheek and a grin that covered most of his face. "Knew you'd make it," Ron said. "Knew you'd be fine," Harry said. "I sent the owl," Ron said. 15 minutes ago. "Good." Harry pulled him upright. "Let's go find Hermione." They found her in the corridor outside the chamber entrance, sitting against the wall with her knees pulled up and her arms wrapped around them. She stood up when she saw them, and the relief on her face was so complete it was almost another expression entirely. Harry held out his fist and opened it. The Philosopher's Stone sat in his palm, small and red and warm and anticlimactic, looking for something that had been the center of everything. "We need to give that to someone," Hermione said. "Sirius," Harry said. "And then Amelia. And then it goes somewhere that isn't a school full of children." "Agreed," Ron said, still grinning around his bruise. They walked back up through the castle together. Behind them, far below, the room was quiet. Whatever had been living there was gone. The game board was reset. The keys were already circling again. Above them, the castle breathed in the dark, old and full of magic, keeping its stone silence. 5 days until the hearing. Harry kept his hand closed around the stone and climbed. Chapter 5. The Mirror and the Stone. The morning of March 14 came in grey and cold, the sky over London the colour of old pewter, low clouds sitting on the ministry's invisible roof like something waiting to be said. Harry had been awake since 4. Not from nerves, or not only from nerves. There was a quality to this morning that was different from the night under the trapdoor, which had been immediate and physical and demanded a specific kind of presence. This was slower. The Wiesengemot chamber was not a place where magic settled things. It was a place where people decided them, and people were considerably more complicated than Voldemort in a professor's skull. He dressed in the dark while Ron and Neville slept. His robes were the best ones he owned, which weren't particularly impressive, Hogwarts uniform, cleaned and pressed the night before by a method involving Hermione and a smoothing charm she'd practiced twice first. He looked at himself in the small mirror above the dormitory sink. 11 years old, messy dark hair, his father's jaw and his mother's eyes and a scar that sat above his left brow like a permanent annotation to everything that had happened before he was old enough to have opinions about it. He looked at himself for a moment. Then he went down to breakfast. Hermione was already at the table, drinking tea with both hands around the mug. She looked at him when he sat down with an expression that was asking a question without asking it. "I'm fine," he said. "I know," she said, which was her way of saying she believed him but was going to worry regardless. Ron arrived at a pace that suggested he'd dressed fast, with his hair doing 3 different things simultaneously. He sat down, loaded his plate, and said, "Are we going to talk about the fact that Dumbledore is going to be in that room today?" "Yes," Harry said. "Does that bother you?" Harry thought about it honestly. "No," he said. "Should it?" Ron looked at him. "Mate. It's Dumbledore." "I know who it is," Harry said. He poured himself some pumpkin juice. "I've known who it was for a while. Knowing doesn't make me afraid of him." Ron absorbed this. He had the expression of someone who had intellectually accepted something weeks ago and was still doing the emotional work of catching up. "Right," he said. "Right, okay." He ate a sausage. "I'm just saying, in that room, Harry said, I am the head of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, legally emancipated, with authenticated goblin documentation, a DMLE investigation, and 38 contracts that he signed in my name without legal authority." He looked at Ron. "He should be concerned. Not me." Ron stared at him for a second. Then he grinned. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, all right." They ate breakfast. Around them the great hall filled slowly, Saturday morning pace, students drifting in with the unhurried quality of a day without class. Nobody looked at Harry with any particular significance, which was how he liked it. Whatever happened today would be known soon enough. Right now it was just breakfast. McGonagall came to collect him at 7:30. She came to the Gryffindor table and said, in her precise way, "Potter. It's time." She looked at him with the specific expression she occasionally deployed, not the stern classroom face, but the other one, the one that had more behind it. She held his gaze for a beat longer than usual, and then she said, "You're ready for this." Not a question. A statement. He understood the distinction. "Yes, Professor," he said. He followed her out. The ministry flue was in a secure office off the main corridor, and McGonagall stepped through first. She'd been granted observer status at the hearing in her capacity as Harry's head of house, which Amelia had arranged and Dumbledore had apparently not tried to block, possibly because blocking McGonagall from anything tended to make the object of the block look significantly worse than just allowing it. Harry stepped through after her and came out in the ministry atrium, and the first thing he saw was Sirius. Sirius was standing near the fountain with Amelia Bones and a wizard Harry didn't know who had the look of a solicitor, the careful arrangement of a person who spends considerable time in rooms where words have legal weight. Sirius was in clean robes, dark gray, and he'd gotten his hair under some kind of control, and he looked, Harry searched for the word, present. Not just here physically but here in the way that meant he'd decided this was where he was and nothing was moving him. He saw Harry and his face did the thing. Harry crossed the atrium and Sirius reached out and gripped his shoulder once, briefly, and didn't say anything. Harry didn't need him to. "Amelia Bones," Amelia said, extending her hand. "We've been corresponding but not met." "Harry Potter," Harry said, and shook it. Her grip was firm and brief. "Thank you for everything you've done." "Thank me when it's done," she said. "The chamber is through the lift and 2 levels down. We go in together, you sit with Mr. Black and myself at the petitioner's table. You speak when I tell you and when you choose to, in that order. Understand?" "Yes. If Dumbledore's solicitors attempt to question you directly, you do not have to answer. But if you choose to, say what you actually think. Wizengamot members are quite good at identifying performed answers and they don't like them." She looked at him steadily over her monocle. "Any questions? Who else is in the room?" 47 Wizengamot members present today. Of those, I estimate 20 on our side on the legal merits, 15 significantly opposed, 12 persuadable. She said it with the clean assessment of someone who has done this count several times and knows its limitations. "We need the persuadable 12. "Who are they?" Harry said. Amelia smiled, briefly. It was a small smile but genuine. "I'll point them out when we're seated." The solicitor, his name was Whitmore, Cassius Whitmore, and he had the energetic calm of someone who found legal battles genuinely interesting rather than stressful, outlined the presentation order while they rode the lift down. Gringotts documentation first, establishing the basis. Will evidence second. DMLE investigation findings third. Sirius's testimony fourth. Then Harry. Last, Harry confirmed. Whitmore nodded. Last. After Dumbledore's representation has made their arguments, after the Wizengamot has heard everything else. Last word before the chamber votes. Good, Harry said. The lift opened. The corridor that led to the Wizengamot chamber was stone-walled and low-ceilinged and felt old in the specific way of somewhere that had heard many significant things said and retained none of them. Harry walked it behind Amelia and beside Sirius, and when the doors at the end swung open and the chamber opened up around them, he looked at it clearly and let it be what it was. The room was circular and tiered, with the Wizengamot members seated in banks of purple cushioned chairs arranged in a horseshoe. At the base of the horseshoe was the floor of the chamber, stone, open, with a table and chairs for the petitioners and the Chief Warlock's bench at the closed end. The Chief Warlock's bench was currently occupied by a temporary appointee, Griselda Marchbanks, elderly and sharp-eyed, who held the role for cases in which Dumbledore had a conflict of interest. She was watching their entrance with the expression of someone who had seen everything and was mildly curious to see this specifically. In the gallery above the chamber floor, observers. McGonagall was there, and several people Harry didn't recognize, and 2 reporters with quick quotes quills who were already writing before anything had been said. Dumbledore was seated in the chamber as a respondent, not in his usual Chief Warlock chair but at a second table across the floor from the petitioners. He was in deep purple robes and he looked, as he always looked, Harry supposed, as he had been looking for the 60 years he'd been in rooms like this, calm and ancient and fundamentally benign. His solicitor sat beside him, a thin wizard with precise movements who was already reviewing parchments. Dumbledore looked at Harry when he entered. Harry looked back. Neither of them broke it, the look, until Harry sat down at the petitioner's table and turned his attention to Amelia arranging her documentation, which was a choice he made deliberately rather than a flinch. The session opened with Griselda Marchbanks reading the official charge summary in the flat voice of someone reading for the record rather than for the audience. The matter of Potter versus the executed guardianship of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, comprising allegations of unauthorized contract execution, suppression of testamentary evidence, and improper exercise of guardian proxy authority. When she finished, Dumbledore's solicitor, one Barnabas Cuff Jr., who had the quality of someone who was very expensive and knew it, stood and said that the respondent's position was that all actions taken in regard to the Potter guardianship were lawfully executed in good faith under emergency provisions available to magical guardians in the immediate aftermath of the events of October 31, 1981. Emergency provisions, Amelia said, when it was her turn to stand. The respondent intends to argue that 38 contracts executed over 9 years, the most recent of which was signed 3 weeks ago, fall under emergency provisions relating to October of 1981. She let that sit for precisely 2 seconds. I see. She laid out the case. Harry had heard most of this, in preparation, but hearing it in the chamber was different. Each piece landed differently here, in this room full of people who had the power to act on it, the will suppression, documented and dated, the proxy authority void argument that Hermione had found and Whitmore had polished into a legal argument so airtight it was almost elegant, the financial instruments and their implications, the Wisengamot proxy vote that had been casting itself for a decade in the name of a boy who didn't know it existed. He watched the Wisengamot members as Amelia spoke. Amelia had pointed out the 12 persuadable faces from across the room before the session opened, 6 in the upper left tier, 4 in the right middle, 2 near the front. He watched them the way he'd learned to watch a chessboard, not piece by piece but the whole shape, looking for where the pattern moved. 2 of the 12 were already moving. He could see it in the way they were sitting, the slight forward lean, the expression of people recalibrating. Ragnarok had sent testimony by Goblin charter. He wasn't present in person, which was consistent with Goblin preference for staying out of wizard legal proceedings while maintaining the ability to be furious about wizard legal proceedings from a safe distance, and the testimony was read into the record by Whitmore. It contained the full flag transaction history, the authenticated documentation, and one paragraph at the end that was not strictly legal argument but was instead a statement of Goblin institutional position, which read, Gringotts Wizarding Bank wishes it formally noted that the management of the Potter accounts under the proxy authority of the named guardian constituted a series of transactions that, had any account holder withstanding been present to review them, would have been immediately challenged. Gringotts further notes that the systematic exclusion of the rightful account holder from knowledge of his own account represents the kind of arrangement that, were it conducted by any party other than one with significant institutional standing, would have been escalated to ministry attention years ago. Gringotts does not make political observations. We are making a financial one. There was a murmur through the chamber at that paragraph. Dumbledore's solicitor objected to the inclusion of Goblin opinion in formal testimony. Marchbanks overruled him without looking up from her notes. Sirius testified for 40 minutes. Harry had known Sirius for 4 months now, which was not a long time, and yet he thought he knew him well enough to understand that the version of Sirius sitting in the testimony chair was not the easiest version. The easiest version was the one by the fire in the hollow with a mug of tea, the one who grinned and threw stunners and talked about James with the helpless affection of someone describing something irreplaceable. This version was compressed, the same person, with the same things under it, but pulled into a different shape by the weight of saying all of it in front of 47 people and 2 reporters. He talked about Azkaban. Not the worst of it, that wasn't relevant, but enough. He talked about the night he'd escaped, the godfather bond pulling him awake, and he watched the faces of the 12 when he talked about that because the godfather bond was old magic, older than ministry law, older than Wisengamot procedure, and people in this room would understand what it meant in their bones even if their political positions tried to argue otherwise. He talked about the will. He produced, from inside his robes, his personal copy, not the authenticated Gringotts version, that was already in evidence. This was the one he carried against his chest, and he didn't read from it, he just held it. He said, James and Lily trusted me with their son. They wrote it down. They did the legal thing, the formal thing, the right thing. He looked at the document in his hands. And then someone decided the right thing wasn't convenient and made sure it was never seen. He looked up. That's not a decision made for Harry's sake. That's a decision made for someone else's. Cuff cross-examined him for 20 minutes. He asked about Peter Pettigrew, about the secret keeper arrangement, about whether Sirius had any evidence that Pettigrew was still alive beyond his own testimony. Sirius said he had personal knowledge and would submit to veritaserum, which he was legally entitled to request, and said it with the calm of someone who had nothing in his account that needed defending. Marchbanks agreed to the veritaserum immediately. Cuff sat down with the expression of a man whose move had backfired. The veritaserum was administered by a ministry healer in the time-honored manner, 3 drops, neutral expression from Sirius as it took hold, careful questioning from Amelia rather than Cuff because Amelia had anticipated this and positioned herself to ask the questions. She asked 12 questions. Every answer was the answer Harry already knew was true. When it was over and the antidote administered, Sirius looked, scraped, in the way of someone who just had the whole interior of themselves exposed to a room of strangers, which was what veritaserum did, but he was upright. He looked at Harry briefly. Harry nodded once. Sirius stepped down. Cuff presented the respondent's case for an hour and 15 minutes. It was not a bad case. Harry had to acknowledge that, sitting at the petitioner's table with his hands flat on the surface and his face doing nothing, he acknowledged that Dumbledore's solicitor had constructed an argument with genuine structural integrity. Every decision could be given a reason. The will suppression, emergency circumstances, Sirius the presumed traitor, no time for proper process while Voldemort's forces were still active. The Dursley placement, blood protection of extraordinary power, the only magical defense available given the circumstances. The contracts, each one, described individually rather than collectively, sounded like reasonable administrative decisions made under complicated conditions. The financial instruments, charitable in purpose, minimal in impact, appropriately managed. The argument was, yes, irregular things happened, but the outcome was that Harry Potter was alive. And Harry Potter being alive was the most important thing. It was, Harry thought, very good. It was the argument of a man who had prepared for this his whole life without knowing it, who had, every time he signed a contract, every time he made a choice, prepared a justification that was just true enough to be usable. He watched the 12 persuadable members as Cuff spoke. 2 he'd been tracking had edged back toward neutral. The other 10 were still leaning forward. 6 of those were leaning the way people lean when they're listening to something they're finding increasingly less convincing. Then Dumbledore stood. He stood himself, not Cuff, and Griselda Marchbanks looked at him over her glasses and said, "The respondent wishes to address the chamber directly?" "If I may," Dumbledore said, in the voice that filled rooms. Marchbanks nodded. He spoke for 20 minutes, and he was everything Harry had known he would be. The voice was warm and heavy with authority and experience, the arguments were framed with the precision of a man who had spent 60 years learning which words carried weight in rooms like this. He acknowledged the irregularities, not dismissing them, that would have been a mistake, and he didn't make that mistake, but reframed them as the decisions of a man who had held the safety of the entire wizarding world in his hands for decades and had done what he needed to do. "Harry Potter is alive," he said. "He is healthy. He is, by all accounts, thriving at Hogwarts, which he attends because I ensured it, because I have structured his path to give him the best possible chance at the terrible task that awaits him." The voice was very gentle. "I love Harry as I would a grandson. Every decision I have made, every contract, every arrangement, every choice that may look, in isolation, like a transgression, was made in service of that love, and in service of the greater world that needs him to survive." Silence in the chamber. He sat down. Harry looked at the persuadable members. 7 of the 12 had gone neutral. The 6 who'd been leaning toward them were now still. Even the ones already on their side looked, not moved, but aware that they'd heard something persuasive. Griselda Marchbanks looked at the petitioner's table. "The petitioner's final statement," she said. "Mr. Black?" Sirius shook his head once and nodded at Harry. "Mr. Potter," Marchbanks said, and in the chamber, 47 people adjusted their attention to an 11-year-old boy standing up from the petitioner's table. Harry stood. He didn't walk to the testimony chair. He stood at the table and looked at the chamber, at the tiered seats and the purple cushions and the faces, some carefully neutral, some openly watching, some performing the professional blankness of people who were already thinking about how they were going to vote. He'd been thinking, since March 1st, about what he was going to say. He'd run through versions, legal versions, emotional versions, angry versions, precise versions. He'd drafted sentences in his head at 2 a.m. He'd discarded all of them. Because Ron had been right when he'd said the votes weren't just about law. Hermione had been right when she'd said he should say what he actually thought. And Amelia had been right when she'd said performed answers were unconvincing. So he said what was actually true. He said he loves me, Harry said. His voice was steady and it carried in the circular room the way sound carried in circular rooms, touching every wall. And I believe he means it. That's the thing that took me a while to work out, he's not lying. When Albus Dumbledore says he's done everything for my sake, he actually believes it. He paused. Let that settle. I grew up in a cupboard under the stairs, he said. That's not a metaphor. There is a cupboard under the staircase of number 4, Privet Drive, and for the first 10 years of my life, that's where I slept. I didn't have my own room until I was 10, and I think what changed was someone thought there might be questions if they were ever inspected. I wore my cousin's clothes. I cooked the family's meals. When I accidentally did magic, which I did, often, because apparently that happens when there's enough of it in you, I was punished. He looked at the chamber, not at any specific face, just at the room. The family Albus Dumbledore chose for me knew I was a wizard and treated me accordingly, which in their case meant they would have been very pleased if I'd never become one. Silence. The kind that costs the room something. I'm not saying this for sympathy, Harry said. I'm saying this because I want you to understand the specific shape of what was decided on my behalf. It wasn't just the contracts. It wasn't just the money or the political proxy or the patents. It was the decision that I should be kept ignorant and small, far away from anything that might give me a choice, until the moment I was needed. So that when I was needed, I would be what he built. Following his plan. Using my magic the way he decided it should be used, fighting the war he decided I should fight, and dying, if necessary, in the way that benefited the outcome he'd calculated. He looked at Dumbledore then. He'd been not looking at him deliberately, and now he looked, and Dumbledore was watching him with those ancient blue eyes and an expression that it was complicated. Not cold. Not calculating. It was the expression of a man who was genuinely and painfully in the experience of hearing himself described accurately. Item 14, Harry said. A behavioral contract that would have bound my use of magic in a direct confrontation with Voldemort to your instructions. You built a leash for my power and registered it with Gringotts before I was 2 years old. He kept his voice level. That's not love. That's not protection. That's ownership. And the difference between those two things is whether the person being loved, being protected, is allowed to be a person, or whether they're a piece on a board. He turned back to the chamber. I have a godfather, he said. I had one from the night I was born, chosen by my parents, written into a legal document that was filed and authenticated and then buried for a decade. My godfather spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit while I spent those same 12 years in a cupboard. Those two facts are connected. He paused. They're connected because the alternative was Sirius Black raising me, knowing who I was, what I could do, what I was going to face, and that wasn't acceptable to someone who needed me to not know any of those things yet. He'd been standing this whole time with his hands at his sides. Now he put both hands flat on the table and leaned forward slightly, not aggressive, just present, just fully in the room. I am asking you to void these contracts, he said, not because I want the money or the Wisengamot vote or any of the specific things they represent. I'm asking because they were signed by someone who had no right to sign them, in the name of a person who had no voice in the matter, in service of a plan that was designed to work best if I never found out about it. He straightened. I found out about it. I'm here. And I would like, the last words clear and simple and without anything performed about them, to be a person who makes his own choices. That's all. Just that. He sat down. The chamber was silent for long enough that it stopped being ordinary silence and became the other kind, the kind that meant something was absorbing what it had just heard. Griselda Marchbanks took off her glasses. She cleaned them. She put them back on. She looked at the parchment in front of her and then at the chamber. Wizengamot members will indicate their position, she said. It wasn't a clean sweep. Harry hadn't expected it to be. The 15 who'd been firmly against them held, Dumbledore's 60 years of institutional weight didn't dissolve in a morning, and 4 of the persuadable 12 went his way, which Amelia had said was always possible. But 8 of the 12 came to them. Combined with the 20 who had been there already, that was 28. 28 to 19. Enough. The formal declaration from Marchbanks came in the flat, unhurried voice of someone reading the conclusion of a thing that was now done. All 38 contracts signed under the improperly exercised proxy authority were voided retroactively. The Potter family will was entered into formal record. Sirius Black was to receive an immediate trial on the matter of his imprisonment. In the absence of a record of conviction, the burden of proof reverted to the ministry, and in light of Veritaserum testimony the charges were provisionally suspended pending the production of further evidence, which the ministry had 30 days to present or the case was closed. Harry James Potter's house rights were formally recognized by the Wizengamot. And then, at the end, one thing that no one had specifically asked for but Marchbanks had apparently decided was warranted, a formal censure of the actions taken in regard to the testamentary evidence, addressed to the respondent by name. Albus Dumbledore received it without expression. The chamber cleared slowly. Harry sat at the petitioner's table while people moved around him, Amelia gathering documentation with efficient precision, Whitmore shaking hands with another solicitor, ministry officials filing out in the way of people who had witnessed something they would need to have opinions about later. The reporters had their quills going furiously, and somewhere in the gallery he saw McGonagall standing very still with her arms crossed and an expression that was, fierce, he thought, fiercely satisfied. Sirius sat beside him and didn't say anything for a while. 28, Sirius said eventually. 28, Harry confirmed. A pause. Your speech, Sirius said. I know, Harry said. No, I mean, Sirius stopped. He had his hands on the table and he was looking at them and his voice was doing something careful. That was, you sounded like your father. The way he used to speak in prefect meetings when he decided something was wrong and was going to say so regardless. He paused. You also sounded like your mother. The precision of it. The refusal to overstate. He looked at Harry. And then there was a part that was just you, and I can't compare that part to anyone. It was just yours. Harry looked at the table. He didn't respond immediately because he was managing something in his chest and needed a moment. Thank you, he said. For which part? All of it, Harry said. From the beginning. Across the emptying chamber, Dumbledore was at his table. His solicitor was speaking to him but Dumbledore wasn't listening, he was looking at Harry. Not with anger, not with anything that could be called menacing. With the expression of someone who has received information that they are still in the process of arranging into a new understanding of the world. Harry met his gaze from across the room. Then he looked away. Not as a dismissal. Just because he was done with it, at least for today, and there were other things worth looking at. Amelia came to stand beside them. The Philosopher's Stone, she said, in the tone of someone beginning a conversation they deferred until now. Harry reached into his robe and set it on the table. The stone sat there, small and red, anticlimactic as always. Amelia looked at it. Where did you get this? From under Hogwarts, Harry said. About 5 nights ago. I think whoever it belongs to should probably have it back. I also think it shouldn't spend any more time in a school. Nicholas Flamel, Amelia said. I'll arrange its return. She picked it up without ceremony and pocketed it. There will be questions about how a first-year student came to have it. Yes, Harry said. Do you want to be the one to answer them? Eventually, Harry said. Not today. She nodded. Something in her expression was, briefly, the expression of a person rather than an official, something that acknowledged that the boy sitting at this table had done 3 things in the past 5 days that most fully trained adults would have found difficult, and had done them in the order he'd chosen, and was still sitting upright and clear-eyed. Go back to school, she said. Both of you. Both of us? Sirius said. She looked at him over her monocle. You are provisionally cleared, Mr. Black. Your wand is being returned to the front desk as we speak. And I believe, though this is technically not my department, that the Hogwarts Board of Governors would be interested in a conversation about a position, in the near future, that would give you both a legitimate reason to be in the same building. Sirius blinked. A position. Defense against the dark arts has historically had poor retention, Amelia said, entirely without irony, and walked away. Sirius looked at Harry. Harry looked at Sirius. She's suggesting you teach, Harry said. I gathered. Can you actually teach? Sirius considered. I was the best duelist in Gryffindor for 3 consecutive years. That's not quite the same as, I also tutored 2 fifth years through their OWLs and one of them got outstanding. Who was the other one? Never mind, Sirius said, and stood up and straightened his robes. He looked around the emptying chamber, the purple-cushioned seats, the stone floor, the great horseshoe of the Wisengamot where 38 contracts had just been unmade. He looked at it with an expression Harry couldn't quite name, something with a lot of years in it. James would have loved this, Sirius said quietly. He'd have been insufferable about it. For years. The speeches at Christmas dinner. A brief pause. You'd have hated it. No, I wouldn't, Harry said. You'd have loved it, Sirius agreed. Both of you would have been impossible. He looked at Harry. Let's go home. They walked out of the chamber together and into the stone corridor, and behind them the great chamber doors swung shut, and the room with its history and its purple seats and its cold stone floor was empty, which was fine. Everything that mattered had already walked out. They fled back to Hogwarts from the Ministry's public connection, and Harry stepped out of the common room fireplace with soot on his good robes and Ron and Hermione immediately on their feet from the chairs where they'd been waiting. Well? Hermione said. 28 to 19, Harry said. Hermione made a sound that was mostly breath and sat back down heavily, which from Hermione was the equivalent of leaping around the room. Ron punched the air with considerable enthusiasm and said something that was probably against at least one of Gryffindor's rules. Sirius? Hermione said. Provisionally cleared. Hearing within 30 days. Harry sat down on the floor because the chairs were taken and he was tired in the specific way of someone who'd been holding themselves very upright for several hours. The contracts are gone. All 38. Ron sat back down too. The 3 of them were on the common room floor, which had accumulated its usual Saturday atmosphere, other students scattered around, a fire going, Seamus and Dean in the corner playing Exploding Snap with the dedication of people who had nothing more urgent to do. Normal. Irreducibly normal. Dumbledore? Ron said. Censured, Harry said. Formally. On the testamentary suppression. Not removed? No. Harry looked at the fire. There wasn't a majority for removal. 28 was enough for the contracts and the censure. Removal would have needed more. Ron was quiet for a moment. Is that enough? Harry thought about the question properly rather than answering it immediately. For now, he said. It's not everything. He's still headmaster. He still has his positions. He's going to be more careful, which actually makes him more dangerous in some ways. He looked at the fire. But the structure is different now. He can't sign things in my name. My votes are mine. Sirius is free. He paused. It's a different kind of fight going forward. Not over, just different. Hermione had pulled her knees up to her chest in her usual thinking posture. There's still Voldemort, she said. There's still Voldemort, Harry agreed. He's gone, isn't he? From Quirrell? For now, Harry said. Not gone. He doesn't die that easily. He'll come back, maybe a year, maybe longer. He'll find another way. He looked at the fire. But that's the future. And the future is going to be different from what it would have been. Because of Sirius, Ron said. Because of Sirius, Harry said. And you too. And Amelia. And Ragnarok, who was apparently sitting on that box of evidence for 7 years waiting for someone with enough standing to come along. He paused. And because I stopped making myself small. The fire crackled. Seamus and Dean's exploding snap game went off with a bang and Dean swore and Seamus laughed. Ron looked at Harry with the expression he occasionally got, direct, unadorned, the Ron underneath the jokes and the easy manner. I know I give you a hard time sometimes, he said. Like, about the whole, being stupidly powerful thing. I don't actually mind it. I want you to know that. I know, Harry said. Hermione minds it sometimes, Ron said. I do not, Hermione said. You made a face when he lifted the log, that was impressed, Ronald, it had me sitting on it, I was impressed by the precision, Harry laughed. The laugh came up from somewhere uncomplicated, clean and genuine, and Ron grinned at him from the middle of his argument with Hermione, and Hermione's mouth twitched and then she was laughing too, and for a few minutes in the Gryffindor common room on the 14th of March it was just that, 3 11-year-olds on the floor, laughing for no complicated reason. Dumbledore came to Harry's dormitory that evening. Not to the dormitory specifically, he knocked on the common room portrait hole, which the fat lady conveyed to Professor McGonagall, who came to get Harry with an expression that said she would be very nearby and this would be brief. Harry went down to the corridor outside the common room and found Dumbledore there, alone, without his solicitor or any administrative formality. Just an old man in deep purple robes standing in a Hogwarts corridor. Harry stood across from him. I won't keep you long, Dumbledore said. I felt I should come to you rather than summon you. He paused. That distinction matters, I think. When a thing matters. Yes, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. The ancient eyes were tired in a way that was different from his usual quality, not the weight of power and experience, but something more personal, more human. Your speech today was, he paused again. I have heard many speeches in that chamber. I have given many. Yours was, he appeared to be looking for a word. Honest, he said finally. In a way that I have not always been. Harry said nothing. I will not insult you, Dumbledore said, by pretending that what I did was not what it was. You described it accurately. The intent was as you said and the structure was as you found it. He looked at his hands, briefly. I want to tell you that I am sorry. I know that may not mean much to you. I would understand if it doesn't. But I am. Harry looked at him for a long moment. The corridor was quiet. Somewhere above them the castle breathed with its evening sounds, distant footsteps, a ghost moving through a wall, the particular resonance of old stone. I believe you, Harry said. That you're sorry. He held the old man's gaze. I also believe that if you were back in 1981 with the same information and the same choices, you'd do most of it again. Because your reasons were real to you. They still are. Dumbledore didn't deny it. That's why the censure was necessary, Harry said. Not because I needed the chamber to punish you. Because the record needed to say, this happened, these were the choices, they were wrong. So that the next time someone decides they love someone enough to decide their life for them, there's a record that says that's not what love is. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke his voice was very quiet. "You are not at all what I expected you to be," he said. "I built the path expecting you to walk it in a certain way." A pause. "You walked it in quite a different way." "I know," Harry said. "You also saved us from a significant problem in the process," Dumbledore said, with what was almost a dry note in it. "The stone. Quirrell." He paused. "There are things I should have done differently in regard to that situation as well." "Yes," Harry said. "Will you allow me," Dumbledore said carefully, "to still be useful to you? In whatever capacity is actually useful, rather than the one I designed?" He held Harry's gaze. "I am not asking for authority over your path. I am asking if there is a role for a very old wizard who made serious mistakes and would like to be less wrong going forward." Harry looked at him. He thought about James and Lily writing a will together, trusting Sirius, doing the formal thing and the right thing. He thought about a cupboard under stairs. He thought about 38 lines of ink. "Yes," he said. "But the role you have is the one I give you. Not the one you assign yourself." Dumbledore was quiet. Then he inclined his head, a small bow, precise and genuine. "Understood," he said. "Good night, Professor," Harry said. "Good night, Harry," Dumbledore said. Harry went back through the portrait hole. The common room was warm and loud, someone had brought down a wireless and there was music going, and Sirius was actually there, sitting in the armchair by the fire with Hermione on one side and Ron on the other, and someone had given him a piece of cake and he was eating it with the expression of a man experiencing cake after a significant absence and finding it to be an excellent institution. He looked up when Harry came in and raised an eyebrow in question. "Later," Harry said. Sirius nodded. He held out the remaining half of the cake. Harry took it and sat on the arm of the chair and ate it, and the fire was warm, and the wireless played something upbeat, and outside the Hogwarts windows the March night was cold and the stars were out and the castle was still and full of magic, the same as it had always been. Just, different, in the ways that actually mattered. Chapter 6, What Remains. April came to Hogwarts like an exhale. The last of the winter cold broke in the first week and the grounds went green with the particular enthusiasm of Scottish spring, which had been holding it in for months and was now making up for lost time. The forbidden forest grew loud again, birds, wind, the distant sounds of things that lived in it going about their business with more noise than winter had permitted. The lake unfroze at the edges and the giant squid made its first appearance of the season one Tuesday morning, one enormous tentacle breaking the surface near the far bank as if checking whether the weather was satisfactory. Harry sat on the steps outside the main entrance with his charms textbook open on his knee and didn't read it. He was watching Sirius cross the grounds from the direction of Hagrid's hut. Sirius moved differently than he had in November. The Azkaban hollowness was still there, it would probably be there for years, possibly always, some things left marks that weather couldn't reach, but the walk was different. Not the compressed, careful movement of the first weeks in the forest, always positioned to run. He walked like himself now, or the version of himself that was finding its way back, long strides and his hands in his pockets and his head up. He'd been given guest quarters in the East Wing by McGonagall, who had organized it with the efficiency of someone who had made a decision and was not interested in discussions about it, and he'd been eating actual meals and sleeping in an actual bed and had started helping Flitwick with some upper-year practical sessions, which was apparently not technically a staff position but was trending in that direction. He saw Harry on the steps and changed course. "Hagrid is growing something in his back garden that I'm fairly sure is illegal in 6 countries, Sirius said, arriving at the steps and sitting down beside him. "He usually is," Harry said. "He showed me a flobberworm last month that was the size of my arm. He seemed very proud. Flobberworms are harmless. This one looked at me." Sirius considered this. "The looking is probably fine." They sat in the morning sun. The grounds were full of students enjoying the mild weather with the particular intensity of people who had been inside all winter, groups on the grass, a few on broomsticks near the Quidditch pitch, Neville Longbottom visible at a distance kneeling near the greenhouse with what appeared to be considerable enthusiasm for whatever plant he was examining. "Trial date came through," Sirius said. He said it with the same tone as the rest of it, conversational, no drama. "April 30th. Amelia sent the confirmation this morning. 30 days like she said," Harry said. "She's very consistent." A pause. "They don't have evidence. That's the situation. Peter's still missing, which means no corroboration of the alternative story from a witness, which means it comes down to my veritaserum testimony against the Ministry's original record." He looked out at the grounds. "Amelia says the suspension of charges plus the veritaserum testimony from the 14th is strong enough. The 30-day window was the Ministry's chance to produce evidence of guilt. They didn't. So it's formal acquittal. Should be." He said it with the careful quality of someone who had learned not to trust should. "Whitmore thinks it's clean. Amelia thinks it's clean. I'm choosing to think it's clean. A beat. It doesn't feel real yet. That's the honest answer. I keep expecting the other thing to happen." "The other thing isn't going to happen," Harry said. "No," Sirius said. "I know that. I know it up here." He tapped his temple. "The rest of me is working on it." Harry looked at the grounds. A pair of third years had gotten into an argument near the pumpkin patch about something that involved considerable arm movement. A group of Hufflepuffs were attempting a levitation charm on a large boulder with the combined effort and 0% success rate of a group project where nobody had prepared. "There's something I haven't told you," Harry said. Sirius looked at him. "The night under the trapdoor," Harry said. "With Quirrell. The way I stopped him, it wasn't a spell. Not a textbook one. It was something that came from me. From what I am." He paused, finding the right language. "The protection my mum put in me. The thing that burns when something dark touches me. I didn't call it, I just asked it to be what it already was. And it answered." He turned the charms textbook over in his hands. "Quirrell's hands blistered just touching me. When I raised my palm and said stop, whatever came out of that was the protection plus whatever it's been building into for 11 years. He looked at the grounds. It wasn't effort. That's what was strange about it. It felt like the most natural thing I've ever done." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "Did it scare you?" "No," Harry said. "It should have, maybe. People would probably say it should. But it felt," he stopped. "Right. It felt like the right size for what was in front of me." "Good," Sirius said. "Is that actually good?" "Yes," Sirius said. "Because the alternative is a power that size being afraid of itself. Being apologetic about itself. Being managed and contained and," he stopped, because they both knew where that sentence lived. "What you have should feel right to you. It belongs to you." Harry nodded. The Hufflepuff's boulder finally moved, an inch, and the resulting cheer was completely disproportionate and entirely correct. The official announcement about Professor Quirrell came through the school via McGonagall on a Thursday morning at breakfast, in the formal way of announcements that needed to be made without explaining too much. Professor Quirrell had taken a leave of absence for health reasons and would not be completing the term. Defense against the dark arts classes for the remainder of the year would be covered by a rotating arrangement involving senior staff. The healer's report on Quirrell, Harry knew from Amelia, was extensive and complicated and had sent 3 specialists into a collective state of fascinated professional disturbance that would probably result in several papers being written in very academic language about a very unprecedented situation. Quirrell would live. That was the short version. What he would be like on the other side of it was a question that multiple healers were currently investigating with the enthusiastic uncertainty of people in new territory. Harry had no particular feelings about Quirrell that he could articulate cleanly. The man had made choices that were catastrophic and in some cases monstrous. He had also, at some point before all of that, been someone who'd gone to Albania looking for adventure and found something he couldn't handle, and the line between those two things, between the person he'd been and the vessel he'd become, was not something Harry found satisfying to draw neatly. It was the kind of thing that was complicated and didn't stop being complicated because it would be more convenient if it were simple. Ron said, over breakfast, that Quirrell had always given him the creeps. Hermione said that was not a particularly rigorous moral assessment. Ron said moral rigor was for people who weren't eating. Harry ate his toast and watched Dumbledore at the staff table. The headmaster was talking to Sprout about something, gesturing mildly, and looked for all the world like the same person he'd always looked like from a distance. The censure had not remade him outwardly. Nothing had, visibly. But Harry had found, in the weeks since the hearing, that his interactions with Dumbledore were different in the way that a room is different when the furniture has been moved, same walls, same light, different angles. Dumbledore had been careful with him. He'd stopped the oblique guidance, the gentle steering, the careful management that Harry had only fully understood in retrospect. When they passed in the corridor now, Dumbledore greeted him and moved on. When Harry had questions, which he still had, because Dumbledore knew things that were genuinely worth knowing, he went and asked them, directly, and received direct answers, and both of them understood the shape of the new arrangement. It was not comfortable. It was not warm. But it was honest, which Harry decided was worth considerably more than comfortable. Peter Pettigrew was found on the 22nd of April. Not by anyone involved in their situation, not by Sirius or Amelia or any Auror who'd been briefed on the matter. He was found by an Auror doing a routine sweep of an area in Devon connected to an entirely unrelated investigation, who found a very agitated rat in a dilapidated farmhouse and, because the Auror had recently been briefed on animagi following the Black case material, because Amelia ran a department where briefings actually happened, cast the standard animagus revealer as a precaution. Peter Pettigrew materialized in the middle of the Devon farmhouse floor and ran for a window and didn't make it. The owl from Amelia reached Sirius at dinner. Harry watched Sirius read it, watched him put the letter down on the table very precisely, watched him sit very still for approximately 30 seconds. Then Sirius folded the letter and put it in his pocket and picked up his fork and finished his dinner. He didn't say anything until they were in the corridor afterward, the three of them and Sirius walking back toward Gryffindor Tower. "They've got him," Sirius said. "Peter?" Harry said. "Devon. Routine sweep." Sirius's voice was completely level. "He's in ministry custody. He'll be questioned under Veritaserum within 48 hours. Nobody said anything for a few steps. How do you feel?" Ron asked, with the directness that was the most characteristically Ron thing about him. Sirius looked at him. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled, a small, tired smile, not triumphant. "Like I've been waiting to put something down for 12 years, he said, "and my arms are so used to holding it up that I can't quite believe I'm allowed to stop." Ron nodded seriously. "That makes sense. The trial is still the 30th? Harry asked. "Still the 30th, Sirius said. "Amelia's adding the Pettigrew discovery to the evidentiary record." Which she said, his voice softened with something that was almost amusement, would make the case so thoroughly closed that she'd be surprised if it took the Wisengamot 30 minutes. "It won't even take that," Hermione said. "With Veritaserum testimony from Pettigrew corroborating everything, the case is done." They climbed the stairs to Gryffindor Tower and the portrait hole opened for them and the common room was warm, a fire going, the usual Saturday-adjacent Tuesday atmosphere. Fred and George were in the corner doing something with a fanged frisbee that they'd pause every time a prefect walked past and resume the moment the prefect left. Ginny Weasley was doing homework near the window with the particular expression of someone who was not doing homework but rather thinking about something else entirely. Sirius stopped in the middle of the common room and looked around it. Harry watched him look at it, the fire, the worn armchairs, the house colors, the accumulated warm clutter of a place that had been lived in thoroughly and gladly. Sirius had lived here. He'd been 17 here, 19 here, he'd been James Potter's best friend here and untouchable and certain that the world was the right shape. And then it hadn't been, and then everything had been something else for 12 years, and now he was here again, standing in the same room, 50 years old in every way that mattered even though he was only 35. He looked at it for a while. Then he sat in the big armchair by the fire and someone handed him a butterbeer, George, without being asked, which was the kind of specific kindness that Fred and George occasionally deployed and always with more precision than their general demeanor suggested, and he sat and looked at the fire and was okay. Harry went and sat on the floor beside the armchair. They didn't talk for a while. The common room moved around them, the normal life of it, and it was enough. The morning of April 30th was clear and warm and entirely ordinary, which Harry felt was appropriate. Significant things should sometimes happen in ordinary weather. It stopped them from becoming mythology before the facts were settled. He went to the ministry again with Sirius and Amelia, through the flue, through the atrium. He knew the route now. He knew the lift and the corridor and the stone walls and the doors. The chamber was the same. Purple cushions, the horseshoe of seats, marchbanks at the temporary bench again because Dumbledore had recused himself, voluntarily this time, which Harry filed and didn't comment on. The trial took 22 minutes. Peter Pettigrew had been questioned under Veritaserum the previous afternoon and the transcript was entered into evidence. The transcript was not short. It covered everything: the betrayal of the secret keeper arrangement, the faking of his own death, 12 years in hiding. Every answer was monosyllabic and miserable and absolutely complete, the way Veritaserum answers always were. Sirius was not required to testify. His previous Veritaserum testimony was already in the record and the Pettigrew transcript corroborated it entirely. The vote was not 47 members. Most of them had apparently looked at the documentation and decided their vote was obvious and their time was better spent elsewhere. 19 Wisengamot members were present. The motion for formal acquittal passed 19-0. Griselda Marchbanks read the declaration in her flat, precise voice. Sirius Black was formally acquitted on all charges. The record of his imprisonment was expunged and replaced with the record of wrongful imprisonment. He was entitled to pursue compensatory proceedings against the ministry if he chose, which Whitmore was already drafting documentation for. His wand rights were fully restored. His status as a free person under magical law was confirmed. She looked up. "Mr. Black. You are free to go." Sirius sat very still at the table. Harry, beside him, felt the stillness and didn't move. After a moment Sirius turned his head and looked at Harry. His eyes were very bright in the way of someone who is not going to cry in a government chamber and is applying significant personal will to that outcome. He looked at Harry for a long moment and Harry looked back and neither of them said anything because there wasn't anything to say that was bigger than what was already in the room. Then Sirius stood. He stood and he squared his shoulders and he walked out of the chamber with Amelia behind him and Harry beside him, through the stone corridor and into the lift and up through the ministry levels and out into the atrium, and the atrium was ordinary and busy, and Sirius walked through it as a free man for the first time in 12 years and 3 days, and Harry walked beside him. The afternoon was spent at the Leaky Cauldron because Sirius said he wanted a proper meal that wasn't Hogwarts food. Not that Hogwarts food was bad, he said, it was excellent, but there was something about eating in a pub that felt human in a way he'd been missing. They took a corner table, the four of them, Sirius, Harry, Amelia, who had stayed for lunch with the air of someone allowing herself a departure from her schedule as a deliberate choice, and ordered too much food and ate most of it. Ron and Hermione had sent notes via Hedwig. Ron said, "YESSS" with no other content. Hermione said, "Congratulations to you both. The compensatory proceedings documents from Whitmore look very thorough. I've attached 3 notes on areas that could be strengthened. Please give Sirius our love." Sirius read Hermione's note twice, then laughed. She annotated the legal documents. She annotated everything, Harry said. She annotated the charms textbook. Her copy has twice as many words as the original. She's extraordinary, Sirius said. Ron too. The chess, Ron knew what he was doing and he did it anyway. That's Ron's specific talent, Harry said. He sees the full picture and he walks into it without pretending it's not what it is. Amelia was drinking tea with the particular quality of someone who had handled something significant and was now permitting herself to be ordinary for a while. She watched the two of them across the table with an expression that was professionally neutral until you looked at the eyes, which were something warmer. "What comes next?" she said. "Practically." Sirius looked at Harry. Harry looked back. "Sirius needs somewhere to live that isn't a forest or a castle," Harry said. "I need to finish the school year. There are some outstanding questions about my guardianship, the formal arrangements now that the contracts are void and the will is on record." "Whitmore's drafting the formal guardianship application," Sirius said. "It goes to the Wisengamot Family Affairs Office. Given the acquittal and the will evidence it should be," he paused, "I'm not saying should again." "It'll be straightforward," Amelia said. "I'll personally walk it through if it isn't." "There's also the Black family property," Sirius said, with the tone of someone opening a subject they'd been postponing. "Grimmauld Place. I've been avoiding thinking about it. It's going to need work." "I'll come and help," Harry said. "You've seen pictures of Grimmauld Place?" "No. You haven't seen pictures of Grimmauld Place," Sirius said. It requires some preparation. Emotionally. Is your mother's portrait still screaming?" Sirius stared at him. "How do you know about that?" "Hermione found a reference in a history of wizarding noble houses," Harry said. "She noted it in her file." "Of course she did," Sirius said, and put his face in his hands briefly, and when he came up he was smiling in the specific way of someone who has found something genuinely funny in a situation that could have gone differently. They walked out of the leaky cauldron in the early afternoon into the warmth of an April London day, and Sirius stood on the pavement for a moment and lifted his face toward the sun. Harry stood beside him and waited. "Right," Sirius said, after a moment. He lowered his face and looked at the street, the ordinary Muggle street, cars and pigeons and a woman pushing a pram and a man in a business suit talking to himself on a mobile phone. All of it entirely unaware. "Right. Right," Harry agreed. They walked. The last month of term moved the way final months always moved, too fast in the places that mattered, slow in the places that didn't, with exams in the middle that demanded attention regardless of everything else. Harry sat his first-year exams with Ron and Hermione in the Great Hall on long trestle tables and found that the exams were, somewhat to his own surprise, not difficult. Not because he'd studied extensively, he had, but that wasn't it, but because learning felt different now. Not better as a performance, not higher marks on a chart somewhere, but genuinely different, like information was going into a different kind of place inside him. He wanted to understand things. Not for a grade or a teacher's approval or to prove something, just because knowing things was interesting and understanding them was better than not understanding them. He got straight O's. McGonagall told him this with the specific expression of someone who was extremely pleased and was disciplining the pleasure into a merely composed reaction. She said, "Your practical transfiguration mark was the highest in the year." A pause. "The practical component had never been marked as high as yours was." "In 23 years of examining." Harry said thank you. McGonagall said, "You're welcome," and looked at him over her spectacles with the expression that had more behind it. "The marks are yours, Mr. Potter. All of them. I want that to be clear. Nobody in this school contributed to them except you." He understood what she was saying. The distinction she was drawing. He said, "I know." She nodded once and he went back to his dormitory. The night before the Hogwarts Express, Harry went to the edge of the Forbidden Forest alone. The Hollow was still there. It always would be, probably. The warming charms had faded but the space remained, the particular configuration of trees and roots where Sirius had built his camp over a winter, where they'd first found each other. Harry stood in it and looked at the cold ash of the last fire. He'd brought a piece of parchment. He wrote 2 things on it. Not to anyone, just to himself, a record, the way you put something in writing so it becomes real. My parents trusted Sirius because he was worth trusting. They were right. I make my own choices. He folded the parchment and put it in his pocket and stood in the hollow for a while in the late June evening, the forest alive around him, the castle lit up through the trees. The same view Sirius had looked at from this exact spot for weeks last November, watching a boy who didn't know he was being watched. He thought about those weeks without knowing about them, walking out to the pumpkin patch, sitting in the sun, going about the business of being 11 and new to the magical world. He thought about the fire he'd noticed in the trees, amber and warm, and the decision he'd made to walk toward it rather than away. He was glad he'd walked toward it. There were things that hadn't been resolved. Voldemort was out there, somewhere, scattered and weak but not gone. Peter Pettigrew was in ministry custody awaiting trial, and that trial would matter. The Wizengamot had censured Dumbledore but not removed him, and the shape of what Dumbledore was, the genuine, complicated, dangerous shape of a man who loved with the kind of love that built cages, hadn't changed just because 38 contracts had been voided. And there was the prophecy. Harry knew there was a prophecy because Dumbledore had told him, finally, directly, in the new arrangement of their conversations. He'd been matter-of-fact about it in the way of someone delivering information rather than delivering fate. There is a prophecy that concerns you and Voldemort, made before your birth, and I will tell you the full text when you are ready, and when I tell you I will also tell you that a prophecy is a description of what someone believed would happen, not a requirement that you fulfill it. Harry had looked at him and said, "You believe that?" And Dumbledore had said, "I believe it now." He didn't know how much weight to give that. He would think about the prophecy when it was in front of him and not before. There was enough in front of him without adding futures. He thought about Hermione, who had started a correspondence with a wizarding rights solicitor about historical cases of wards used to suppress magical ability without consent, which was clearly the beginning of something enormous that Harry planned to support in whatever way she needed. He thought about Ron, who had received a letter from a Quidditch scout after someone had apparently mentioned the chess game to someone who'd told someone else, and who had gone read and folded it up and said it was probably nothing, but had read it at least 4 times that Harry had noticed. He thought about Neville, who had gotten an E in herbology and whose grandmother had sent him a howler that was, in the specific way of Neville's grandmother, both critical and grudgingly proud, which Neville seemed to receive as a net positive. He thought about what it was going to be like to go to Grimmauld Place. Sirius had described it, a tall narrow house in a London square, dark and cold and full of black family history, his mother's portrait in the hall that screamed at everything that moved. A house that had been a very particular kind of prison for the person who'd grown up in it. Sirius wanted to gut it, not immediately, not before they understood what needed keeping and what needed letting go, but eventually. Make it something different. Something that hadn't been decided for them. Harry thought, yes. That. He walked back to the castle through the warm June evening, across the grounds he'd come to know over the course of one strange, enormous year, the pumpkin patch and the greenhouses and the edge of the lake where the giant squid occasionally surfaced for company, and he felt it all the way it actually was. Not the way someone had designed him to feel it. Not with the specific gratitude of someone who'd been told repeatedly how lucky they were to be here. Just, his. This year and what it had contained, what he'd found and made and chosen. The castle doors were open in the warmth. He went through them, across the entrance hall, up the main staircase, and the castle was alive around him in the specific evening way, full of the sounds of the last night of term. The Hogwarts express left at 11. Harry was on the platform at 10:30 with his trunk in Hedwig's cage and Ron and Hermione beside him in the organized chaos of the departure crowd, families everywhere, owls making their feelings known, cats positioned on trunks with the bored authority of beings who found human travel undignified but had resigned themselves to it. Sirius was there. Not at the ministry end or the Hogwarts end or in any official capacity, just there, on platform 9¾ in clean robes, leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed and his face doing the thing it did when Harry arrived anywhere, that particular relaxation. Harry walked toward him. "I thought you were going to Grimmauld Place," Harry said. "I'm going to Grimmauld Place after this," Sirius said. "You came to see me off." "I came to see you off. No qualification, no caveat. Just the fact." Harry looked at him. The morning was bright on the platform, steam from the train catching the light, the noise of 500 people doing the same complicated departure all at once. In the middle of it, standing in the ordinary June morning, his godfather. Just that. Exactly that. "I'll write," Harry said. "Every week," Sirius said. "And not short letters. I've had 12 years of no letters. Make them substantial. That's an unreasonable requirement." "It absolutely is. I'm making it anyway." "Fine," Harry said. "Also," Sirius said, with the tone that meant he was being deliberately casual about something that wasn't casual, "Whitmore filed the guardianship papers on Thursday. Amelia walked them through. The Wisengamot Family Affairs Office confirmed this morning." He held Harry's gaze. "It's done. Legally, officially, completely done." A pause. "I'm your guardian. Which means you're coming to Grimmauld Place for the summer and I'm going to cook you actual food every day and I'm not going to let you sleep in a cupboard or wear clothes that don't fit, and if you do something that would interest the ministry I am personally going to hear about it from you first rather than from a letter from the ministry, which is apparently the reasonable standard." Harry's throat did something inconvenient. "I know," he managed. "Good," Sirius said. He straightened from the pillar and gripped Harry's shoulder, briefly, firmly, the same way he had on the day of the first hearing. "Go get on the train. I'll see you at King's Cross." Harry turned toward the train. "Harry," Sirius said. He looked back. "Your mum and dad." Sirius looked at him. "They'd be, there aren't words for what they'd be. Watching you this year." He stopped. Started again. James would have been completely insufferable about the exams. He'd have memorized all the marks and recited them at dinner for a month. A pause. "And Lily would have looked at what you did in that Wisengamot chamber and she'd have cried, and then she'd have been furious at herself for crying and she'd have said something very sharp and precise that perfectly described the situation, and you'd have gotten it from her side of the family, that part." His voice was very careful now. "I just wanted you to know they'd have seen it. What you are. I see it. And it's exactly them and it's exactly you and," he stopped. "Thank you," Harry said. Very quietly. "With everything in it." Sirius nodded once. He was looking at the platform now, not at Harry. Harry went and found Ron and Hermione and they got on the train. They found a compartment, the three of them plus Neville, who asked if he could sit with them with the expression of someone who'd been meaning to ask a thing for a while and had finally decided to do it, and Harry said yes obviously, and the four of them were settled in the compartment as the train began to move and the platform slid past the windows and then the tunnel took them and then it was open countryside, green and ordinary and British, moving past at speed. Hermione had a book open inside 3 minutes. Ron had a chocolate frog in each hand. Neville was looking out the window with the expression of someone going over a year in his head and finding it larger than he'd expected. Harry looked at the countryside and thought about the summer ahead. Grimmauld Place, which would be dark and cold and full of things that needed sorting, and Sirius would be there making it into something else, and Harry would help. He thought about the summer after that, and the year after that, and what it would mean to go through those years as himself rather than as the carefully managed thing someone else had designed. He thought about Voldemort, distant and real and coming eventually, in whatever form he found, and found that he could hold that thought without it flattening everything else around it. It was one fact among others. An important one. Not the only one. He thought about 38 contracts, voided. He thought about a boy in a cupboard who learned that being too much was dangerous. He thought about the first fire he'd seen in the trees, amber and warm, and walking toward it. "Harry," Hermione said, without looking up from her book. "Stop brooding. You've been quiet for 11 minutes. "That's not brooding, that's thinking," Harry said. "The difference is posture," she said. "You're slouching. I'm comfortable. You're brooding." "Hermione," Ron said, "let the man brood." "He's not a man, he's 11, 12 in July," Harry said. "In July, yes." "Presently, Hermione," Harry said, with enormous patience, "what are you reading?" A pause. Principles of Advanced Magical Theory, Volume 3. "For pleasure?" "Yes." Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron. They both looked at Neville, who looked back at them with the expression of someone who had accepted this situation as the baseline and had moved on. "Right," Ron said. "Anyone want Exploding Snap?" They played Exploding Snap for 2 hours. Hermione stopped pretending to read and joined after the first 20 minutes, playing with the focused competitive energy of someone who approached card games with the same thoroughness as everything else. Neville turned out to be genuinely good and won 2 of the 5 rounds, which surprised everyone including Neville. The cards exploded regularly and left scorch marks on the seat, and they didn't stop to fix them until the 3rd time, when the smoke was getting noticeable. Outside, England moved past in the warm June afternoon. The train moved south. The countryside changed from rugged and green to softer and denser, the shapes different, the light different. Harry watched it out the window between rounds and felt the year moving through him, the whole compressed enormity of it: first year, Hogwarts, the forest and the fire and the 38 names and the chamber and the stone. All of it settling now, finding its proper weight, not heavy and not light but real. He thought about what was ahead: a house to rebuild, a guardianship to settle into, magic that was still growing into itself, a war that was coming at its own pace. He thought about the people around him in this compartment and the person meeting him at King's Cross. He thought about what it meant to have a family that had been chosen rather than assigned, built of people who had decided to be there rather than people who'd been told to manage him. The train ran south and the afternoon light changed and the stations came and went. At King's Cross, the train exhaled into the platform and Harry came out of it with his trunk and his owl and his friends beside him and the whole summer ahead. Sirius was exactly where he said he'd be. Not near the barrier, not at the edge of the platform, not anywhere strategic. He was standing in the middle of the crowd with his hands in his pockets, slightly too tall and slightly too vivid for the ordinariness around him, watching for Harry. When he saw him, he raised a hand. Harry raised one back. He crossed the platform with Ron and Hermione making their own way toward the orange-haired mass of Weasleys and the 2 figures Harry recognized as Hermione's parents, and Neville heading toward the formidable-looking gray-haired woman who was presumably his grandmother, and Harry moved through all of it toward the person standing in the middle of it waiting. He reached Sirius and they stood in the platform noise, the steam and the crowd and the rolling of trolleys and the reunion sounds of 100 families finding each other, and Harry looked up at him and Sirius looked down. "How was the trip?" Sirius said. "Hermione cheats at Exploding Snap," Harry said. "I do not," Hermione called from 15 feet away without looking at him, which suggested she had excellent peripheral hearing. "She's very competitive," Harry said. "I know the type," Sirius said, and the corner of his mouth pulled up. "Come on. Grimmauld Place isn't going to grimace at itself. Is it actually that bad? There is a tapestry on the wall of the front hall that has several members of my family burned off it by my mother personally," Sirius said. "Including me. The burn mark is shaped like something I'm not going to describe yet." He took the trolley handle. "I want you to experience it fresh." Harry laughed and fell into step beside him, and they moved through the King's Cross crowd toward the exit, through the barrier where the ordinary world was, under the ordinary June sky. The war was coming. They knew that. It would come at its own pace, on its own terms, and it would be enormous, and it would cost things that cost was too small a word for. Harry knew this, had known it since Ragnarok's room and the 38-line parchment and the moment in the final chamber when Voldemort's voice had said give it to me and Harry had said no. But right now it was June. Right now it was Sirius beside him in the King's Cross crowd, and Hermione already reading something on her mother's phone, and Ron describing the chess game to his mother with his hands while she listened with the patient expression of someone who knew it would take a while, and Neville receiving what appeared to be a very stiff hug from his grandmother that he was returning with the same careful precision of someone who was learning how to be loved by a difficult person. Right now it was King's Cross and summer and everything chosen, nothing assigned. Harry walked through the barrier into the ordinary world and looked at it, the station ceiling, the light, the sound of trains and announcements and 100,000 ordinary people going about their ordinary days. He looked at it like it was his. Because it was. 3 days later, at Grimmauld Place, the tapestry burn mark turned out to be shaped like Sirius in robes with his wand raised. Harry found this so funny that Sirius pretended to be offended about it for approximately 45 seconds before laughing himself. Peter Pettigrew was tried and convicted in May. He was sent to Azkaban on 3 consecutive life sentences. Sirius did not attend the trial. Harry asked him if he wanted to. Sirius said he'd already had everything the trial would have given him, and there was nothing in that room he needed to see. The defense against the dark arts position was formally offered to Sirius in June, to begin the following September. He accepted on the condition that the curriculum was his to design. McGonagall, who had pushed for the appointment, said that was an entirely reasonable condition. Flitwick, who had been unofficially assessing him all spring, said he was looking forward to seeing what Sirius did with it. Dumbledore signed the appointment letter and did not comment on the irony of it, or on what it meant to have Sirius Black teaching defense in the same building as Harry Potter. Whether he found it ironic or appropriate or something more complicated than either, he kept to himself. The guardianship was confirmed in late April and never challenged. Grimmauld Place took the entire summer to sort out. It was worth it.